Thank you so much, Sierra. Good morning, Board of Commissioners, and to the citizens of Douglas County. We will call this Monday, June 6, 2022, 10 a.m. Virtual Zoom meeting together to order. Sorry about that. And this is our work session today. First of all, I will start off with roll call. District 1 Commissioner Henry Mitchell III for our Board of Commissioners.
Present.
Okay, District 2 Commissioner and Vice Chairman Kelly Robinson.
Present, Madam Chair.
Okay, District 3 Commissioner Tarina Carthen.
Present.
District 4 Commissioner Ann Jones Guider.
Present.
And Chairman Ramona Johnson Jones present. Board of Commissioners, we do have an established quorum this morning. Clerk, before we get started, first of all, let me just say I hope everyone had an exciting and wonderful weekend. And certainly, Clerk, I just want to yield to you to see if there's any public comment today.
Yes, good morning, Chairman. We did have one individual sign in this morning. I do not see him on the participant list, but I will reach out anyway. Mr. Levon Dixon, are you here this morning? I don't believe he is here, Chairman, but I would like to reach out to see if there are any others who would like to speak this morning. Okay, being none, Chairman, I turn it back over to you.
Thank you so much, Clerk Watson. Board of Commissioners, we have a pretty lengthy agenda today, and certainly I'll start. We have one presentation. The presentation this morning is on Unified Development Code Building Standards, and Amy McCoy will be presenting today. Amy McCoy, are you on the line?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Good morning. If you could, Amy, if you could just state your name and then just tell us a little bit about you. I know you have you're a relative, but certainly just if you could just brief the board and then dive right into your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. And I do apologize. I am at the airport and I swear it was quiet for the last hour until I got time for this moment. So they're doing some construction. So I do apologize. Hopefully you'll be able to hear me. Yes, this is Amy McCoy. I'm not only a resident, but also a business patron and owner in the community. I was former past president of the West Georgia and I'd like to present to you this morning in a adjustment with the Douglas County Unified Development Code, Article 4, Lot and Building Standards, as well as townhomes, condos, and duplexes. So we understand that the county officials acted in good intentions when the minimum square footage was set at 1,800, which was imposed in order to set standards to help our community grow. Now these good intentions have hindered the increase of home ownership in our community. Historically, requirements such as this was to help grow home ownership for first-time home buyers, and more specifically, items like this now with exclusionary zoning have become more of a hindrance for our Black and Brown communities. We believe those who helped our community thrive should be able to have the affordability to live in the communities and become stakeholders through home ownership. For this reason, and for the progress and success of our residents, we advocate for and ask for change. So there are several factors that have been created to create this difficult market that we're currently in, as you have probably seen on the news. Aside from COVID-19 pandemic and the economic impact on local households, when this letter was written, we did see that there was an increased cost of building materials and an influx in buying activity by large cash investors. As a result, the average home prices in Douglas County increased by 23.8% from 2020 to 2021, and a whopping 34.6% from the 21 calendar year to now. Higher prices and heavy competition from the cash buyers have caused many of our residents who have worked hard and saved to buy a home and to put have now had to put their dreams on hold again. We see this clearly in the data. In recent search for CRS data, which is through the taxes, the owner-occupant home buying is down 3% in Douglas County in just over 2 years. Again, this letter was initially presented So even now that data has changed some. That may seem small, like a small change, until you recognize the change equates to more than 15 changing hands from an owner occupant to an investor. The city of Douglasville specifically has increased to 53% investor owner, according to the Atlanta Regional Commission report completed last year. These factors have also had a detrimental impact on people renting in our county. And as home prices have increased, so have the rents. And last year, our data rents have seen an increase of almost 25% based on the data homes leased through FMLS. A mortgage is more affordable in this climate. In addition to affordability, home ownership provides stability and feeling of belonging to one community and the opportunity to build wealth for generations. In the letter, I also provided a link for you to be able to see multiple communities and see what options that could be brought in for different type of innovative builders to our community. And given the fact that close to 40% of the homes in our community are now 1,800 square feet and larger, we think there is room for smaller homes without this change having a negative impact. We appreciate the opportunity to bring this request forward to you in hopes that we can make change immediately in order to meet the demands of our current and incoming residents in the market today. I appreciate your time and thank you for allowing me to present this morning. And if your direction is not to resolve at this moment, we ask that please take it forward to the zoning department for these changes to be made. We really do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. McCoy, this morning for presenting. Board of Commissioners, you have any questions for Ms. McCoy? I realize she's at the airport, so I'm just trying to be brief.
Yes, ma'am.
But I heard Vice Chair first, Commissioner. Vice Chair Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I will be brief because it's a long agenda. Thank you, Ms. Grant, for your presentation. Definitely on point with the data. Again, balancing the city of Douglasville to 3% and the unincorporated Douglas 4%. Right, renters. So my first question is, do you believe that are consumers okay with renting? I'm getting called to, I want you to walk into an ideological response. That's not what I'm saying. But from what you're seeing, from the Great Recession to now, we understand our current situation. You know, a lot of homes changed hands in the past couple of years, especially all this Congress coming in and there's no supply, and we get that. My question is, what are you seeing the mindset, so it's called consumer, what is their attitude out there regarding, like, well, I'm cool like that. I know what it used to be. I know how I was raised up to own a home and pursue the American dream, but do you see an attitudinal shift in people? Take the millennials out of the way for a minute, because they've got a different mindset. Can you address that as the first question, please?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for the question. So not everybody's meant to be a homeowner. I have no problem stating that. And as a property management company and investor myself, I truly understand the need for rentals. When we look at affordability from when it comes on homes, we can even look at a sideline from overlays and all that, again, higher level conversation. But when we look at renters, we look at what's available for our workforce. That's our teachers. That's our first. We look at what the average rate of pay is now, and then we look at what's available for rental options. We look at the demographics and what's available in terms of 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms to 3 and 4. We're looking at trying to create more opportunities for more sustainable and innovative inventory to come. So if it is going to be for renters, we want them to be able to feel that they have a great opportunity to find a peaceful residence in, whether it's in a single family, it's in a tiny home, it's in a smaller condo. We just look at it, what is a way that we can create a more favorable, and seeing that no other county surrounding Douglas County has a square foot minimum, I think this is the best avenue to be able to attract those type of innovative builders to develop in Douglas County.
Right. My last question, we're going to allow 2 during the presentation. This one has to do with, again, city of Douglasville. and the unincorporated. I represent the eastern wall of the county. I, like District 1, tends to be the density. District 1 is 7% city, and I tend to be somewhere at the opposite end, all unincorporated. Going down Riverside, think about all the new apartments that are coming online. I'm becoming more dense and dense and dense. So 14 years ago, when I came in, the very first conversation was, hey, let's not have all this density in here. We want to, it was a different mindset. So I've got to say this. We went from the 3,000 square foot minimum, $400,000 home, 3-sided brick. And so this is about how are we going to shape the county going forward. I'm glad you brought this up. I had a recent conversation with one of my fellow commissioners regarding this very topic. Each area has different character areas. I'm already built out. I'm dense. They're filling in pockets. Where's my son go? But everybody doesn't want that density, and there's infrastructure impact. So to my board, and again, we're not designing it in this, but since you brought it up, because I'll take the density in my district. I've got to shape it. You have no options. It's not even about cost. Like, where are they going to live? Everybody can't live in District 3. Everybody can't own 10 acres in District 4. But how are we going to shape this going forward? And everybody's not into the tiny homes. Everybody's into the McMansions. I think you're right. Everybody should have a variety of products. I just wanted to make that more of a statement. You don't even have to respond to that because it's going to be something that the board will have to take up. But I had this conversation, right? And we need it. It's unaffordable. And I mean, you got a mindset. And to be an American does not mean that you have to have ownership. You got to be careful with the narrative. This generation ain't going to do it that way. I'm going to use my money in my pocket. I've got a different mindset on assets. So I'm going to watch how this shapes. I'm going to say that this thing has shifted. It's like with the great recession, resignation. This mindset is shifting. So it's like, okay, now as a board, guys, we got to really think about this. If we open this thing up, you have an influx. What does that mean? And I'm okay with that. Deal with the seniors as well as obviously those who want a different size. And again, I don't have a motive. I'm not into the real estate game, so I can just look at this very clean. Like, this is gonna be interesting. Open this thing up. How y'all gonna handle this?
Okay, yeah.
Right, that was the whole point of putting the 3,000 square foot. Like, better slow this thing down. We only got 109 square mile footprint. The Low West. Now, I've got to make sure you weigh in before you leave in the next 6 months on how we're going to shape District 4. Now, I'm dead serious. If y'all don't get this right, all right, we're going to get back into that. It's going to be this rush. Yeah, I'm all for economic development. I'm all for people making their cheese. But y'all better think about the long-term impact of this. All right, that's all I got. You don't have to respond. Madam Chair, I yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vice Chairman. Commissioner Guider, you have the floor.
Yes, ma'am. While Ms. McCoy had some great points and everything, it needs to also be pointed out that inflation has a lot to do with the cost of homes. My stepdaughter just built a house in Bremen. She moved from Douglas County to Bremen. They built a house and it cost them about $40,000 more than anticipated because of inflation. You also have gasoline prices that causes a supply problem. And this is all over. This is our country. This isn't just Douglas County. And the interest rate will be going up. The feds have already said that because of the inflation that they've caused. So there's a lot of other factors involved. And to correct Commissioner Robinson, in District 4, it's 3 acres, and that was set by the WSA, the Water Sewage Authority, to protect the water supply of Dog River. So, but anyway, just remember that it's not just square footage that we're looking at. I think that was set, I was not a commissioner at that time. I probably was tax commissioner at that time. But I remember the school board pushing for the 1,800 square foot home because in order to pay for a child in that home, that they would be paying enough school tax to support the school system. So there was a lot of things going on, a lot of factors, but just changing the square footage is not going to do it. We do need millennials because we in Douglas County, we have a tax break for anybody over 62. You don't pay any more school tax. Who's going to pay the school tax if there's not enough people to support the schools? So, but that doesn't affect. That's like townhomes and things like that because millennials usually don't want a yard to take care of. They have different ideas. This needs to be studied. It does not need to be rushed through. We cannot just change a code because one group of people say it needs to be changed. And so just remember there's many factors involved. And inflation right now is the biggest factor. We see it at the grocery store, we see it at the gasoline, we see it in rental, we see it everywhere. And that has been brought up, unfortunately, by the federal government. So because of throwing too much money out there instead of people encouraging people to go back to work. So anyway, we need to just think of the other factors involved. Thank you. And I do want to say, Mr. Corbin, I stated in a previous meeting several weeks ago that corporations are buying these homes. They're buying these homes up as soon as people move out of a home, they buy it. Every day I get a request to buy my home. Every day in the mail. And the home ownership is, if we don't stop this, it's going to be it's not going to be a reality. It's going to be all rental. So we need to think about that too. But it seems like there is a movement to deplete home ownership and make it rental, because when they own the homes and investors own the home, they can raise the rent anytime they want to. So think about things like that too. Think outside the box. Thank you. I yield back.
All right, thank you so much, Commissioner Geiger. Any other remarks for it?
Yes, Madam Chair, just one.
Okay, Commissioner Mitchell, you have the floor.
And Ms. McCoy, first of all, thank you. And just so the board will understand that this has kind of been through the committee, the residential committee, and having these kind of conversations. But Ms. McCoy, if you would just briefly speak to the mere fact of the true essence of the reduction and the research that you've done, and how did you get to this point of saying this might be the way to go, which I think there should be pushed down or pushed over to the planning and zoning to do some more further studies to make sure that this is the best route, because we all struggle even at the committee level and having this conversation. So Ms. McCoy, if you would, please.
I appreciate that for the rebuttal of everything that's going on. I truly understand your questions and the concerns that have been brought forward, which is why this was a recommendation we felt very strongly on. This type of exclusionary zoning has gone all the way up to the White House, but we have an opportunity at a local level to address it. Again, we are trying to make our community competitive for our actual stakeholders. Yes, not everybody can own 200 homes or units at a time, but we're talking about having an opportunity for someone that wants to be invested in the community. Your constituents, they deserve an opportunity to have an ownership, whether you choose to rent or purchase. The fact is that you have that option. And yes, some people can get caught in the weeds of type of materials and things like that, but the square footage can provide enough of a solution for there to, again, spark other ideas, spark creative ways for our community. Even when it comes to, lot size and things like that, again, we're talking about federal level has historically a systemic problem. And then to allow this type of zoning, we will continue to carry that ideology and stuff forward. Now is the time to make these changes want Douglas County to have true stakeholdership of its constituents, this is an opportunity for us to be leaders in that direction. Again, even for when we talk about density housing, think of ADUs, think of Brookhaven, and I won't go too much on a soapbox here, but they're thriving because they're able to put their mother-in-law suites on their parcel. They're able to have, whether they wanted to have income opportunities with, you know, the eldest coming back home from school or whatever, they have those options because they're able to build something in addition. And as someone who lives in District 2 in the tributary, I appreciate having that opportunity with my own residents, but I would love for constituents to have that opportunity across the county. And I think I've answered that question.
and thank you. And I just wanted the board to understand that this wasn't just let's go and make this change and run and do. We thought it through. We kind of came up with the reasoning as to why and why not, which I get it. But my thoughts in the end would be that, Amy, that you stay on board with this and follow the journey. But I think it needs to probably at least, Madam Chair, take a look through planning and zoning, through the eyes and lens of planning and zoning, just to kind of see it and see, does it really make sense? Because I think when the 1,800 square foot housing was created some years ago, at that time, I think it was the right thing to do, and that's why it was done. However, is it the right zoning for today? Conditions and living styles and the direction of what housing should be or should not be going. Not sure. I can't answer that. But I think, as Commissioner Dyer stated, that we probably should at least take a look at it and see if there's a change that's needed. But is it a change that's needed to make today at this meeting? No. I think it's definitely worth a conversation to decide on, is it in the best interest of Douglas Countyans to readjust this zoning that we did some years ago from 18 to 0 or to 18 to something different? I think it's worth a conversation. So I'll leave it there, but Amy, great job. And I think, as I stated to you, this conversation needs to be had. So thank you for at least coming to this board to have the conversation. Now the question is, what's the next step? Thank you again, and I yield.
Madam Chair?
Thank you so much, Commissioner Mitchell. Vice Chairman Robinson, you have the floor.
Yeah, I'll be very quick. No, I appreciate that. Again, Commissioner Mitchell, Chair of our Residential Housing Committee, I appreciate you allowing this to come forth and providing this PSA here. It's obviously a perfect segue to later in the agenda when we have our new manager of our planning and zoning, Allison Duncan, who's going to bring forth future land use consulting opportunities. I won't get into her thunder, but I think we're lined up, and I'm advocating for that, which is not just this, but a holistic view of everything. So I think we're on point. But I want just one point in Mrs. Grant's opening comments about blacks and browns, because I appreciate the narrative, but I'm like, but she hit it. I was in a room on Chapel Hill in Douglas County Bank at the top during my early years before all y'all got here. And I'm in the room and they're sitting there and they're talking. It's the joint meeting of planning and zoning and the Board of Commissioners. Probably only Elise is the only one probably here long enough to remember this. And they had the conversation about the sprawl that created the tributaries and the Mount Vernons and all these that came into the county. Now I'm brand new and I'm listening to this narrative. And it's like, okay, we let too many of them in. Now I'm looking across in my walk here and I'm listening to this guy is no longer on the planning zone. Like, what now? And this is when we went from up to the 18 square feet to slow down. I said, wait a minute. So you won't you slowing this down. So you don't want like as if now my point was District 2 was not the most foreclosed, but I'm bringing home a point. Are you gonna say that? So you're gonna the motive of the room was let's slow down all this increase of blacks and browns in here. Right, let's slow this down. We like it the way it was. To your point, we got our 3-acre minimums. So let's raise the square footage. The motive was to raise the square footage. Wait a minute, so you want people to work for you, but you don't want them to live amongst you. That was the policy discussion. I'm stunned. That's when I got on my chair like, oh, back that up. And they were making a countywide, Madam Dyer, a countywide acre minimum. Countywide. I'm like, y'all must be out your minds. That was the narrative. We had too many of them small homes and stuff. Look at all these people, our infrastructure. That was 14 years ago. And make my point. Now make sure you know your history. Let's make sure that whatever that past is the past, but whatever your intentions are going forth, and I do support the committee's recommendations. And Alice, make sure you acknowledge this in your comments that are on to bring this up. It's like, okay, guys, let's just get this right. But I don't want everyone confused what happened. Because my experience, as you say, Commissioner Mitchell, my journey is my journey. Madam Chair, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vice Chairman Robinson. Any other remarks for it? If not, we're going to move on. Right. Thank you, Ms. McCoy. She may be gone.
Thank you.
There you are. Okay.
Madam
And
Chair,
have
I
a
really
right.
appreciate your time.
Okay.
And Madam Chair, just
Mhm.
one last thing to add. I apologize. I think the request, and I don't know if this is Amy's request or my request, is to move this forward to planning and zoning. Have this conversation with Allison and that team to see, is this request valid, or is this request not, we're not ready for that yet. So, but I don't think I think the conversation needs to be had versus, I mean, this should not be at the end of this conversation. I think that's why I suggested that Ms. McCoy bring it forth to the board so we can consider next step. Not that we got to make a decision as to reducing or adding to the square footage, but the conversation is what I'm getting at. That needs to be moved forward to what I would say planning and zoning to kind of give us some feedback as to what their thoughts and how they see it, or is this part of the master plan or not. So if we could, let's at least try to move it in that direction for the next step so Ms. McCoy and the team could actually follow where that goes.
Okay, Commissioner. We certainly will do that. I believe, is Allison Duncan, are you on the line?
There.
Yeah, there you are. Certainly, I know you heard Commissioner Mitchell's request, and certainly I know we have a meeting tomorrow. It may be a little premature. Certainly we'll ask that you meet with Amy McCoy and Ms. McCoy and just kind of hear some thoughts and her ideas, and then just bring it forth to the Board of Commissioners at our next planning and zoning, because it may just be a little early because tomorrow we have a meeting. So what are your thoughts? I just want to see where you are. Can you accommodate?
And Madam Chair, I apologize. I don't mean to interrupt you. My apologies. Allison has actually been a part of those meetings, so she's in the know. I don't think I wouldn't try to get it on your next agenda item or anything of that caliber. I'm just saying I think the next step needs to be placed in Allison's preview, so she can kind of at least start in that direction, either moving in what direction that she comes back with any type of recommendations, or if is it worthy now to even be a part of our master plan or part of our master look. So, but yeah, Allison has been a part of many of these conversations, so I don't think I don't think it's new to her. So just FYI.
Okay, thank you. Well, Allison certainly, based on the recommendation, asked you to explore, benchmark, just compare, and then come up with some reasonable responses to this, to the Board of Commissioners, and then of course, Ms. McCoy. It may be something that she may be spot on, and then also look at Douglas County as a whole. Vice Chairman did mention the size of Douglas County, 199 square miles, and certainly we're not compared to someone at 400 square miles. So the character areas are something that you need to consider as well. So I'm quite sure you will do your due diligence, and we look forward to your response.
Yes,
ma'am.
Recommendation.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, Board, if there's nothing else on that particular subject, and thank you again, Ms. McCoy. We're going to move on. Board of Commissioners, be prepared tomorrow to approve or deny the minutes accordingly. We have two proclamations tomorrow. We have, which is tab number 5, proclaiming May 2022 as Lupus Awareness Month in Douglas County. And Mrs. Gloria Robinson, the mother of our vice chairman, will be reading this proclamation. And we look forward to her reading, and we're excited. Also, tab number 6 is proclamation recognizing the Kiwanis Club of Douglas County's 50-year anniversary. And that will be read by Mrs. Elaine Stone, and so that'll be an exciting proclamation as well. Deputy County Administrator, do you have anything you need to bring to the board today?
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair and Board of Commissioners. Hopefully everybody had a great weekend. Madam Chair, I do have one item, and I'd like to call on our Chief Appraiser, Steve Balfour, to come on and just brief the Board of Commissioners on a contract that will be moving forward for online tracking of property appraisal. This information was included in its 2022 budget, was approved by the BOC as well as the Technology Committee. But we just wanted to make sure that the contract is going through the right approval process. So, Steve, I'll yield to you, and then we'll go from there.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Assessors, Board of Commissioners. This was presented at the annual budget, and it was approved. It was also funded and approved by the Technology Committee to go forward and funded for the first quarter. It's Q Public. The contract may say Schneider Geospatial, but it is Q Public is bringing us into the 21st century. We are now able to have our notices readable and searchable online, and taxpayers will be able to appeal their properties online. So Q Public will be a part of us. The Q Public, by the way, is present in 156 of Georgia 159 counties, and we will be the 157th. We are going to be a part of that. So it was already approved and ready to go, but the new contract requirements is that we have it go through legal. So legal has just approved of the agreement, and we are putting it to the board so the board could sign off on.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, we just want to make sure we took all the necessary steps, and I believe that the final step would be just having Madam Chair to have approval to sign off on, so we can move forward.
And so that approval will have, are you all requesting this item to go on the agenda for tomorrow?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yes. Clerk, if you could just make a note of that, it sounds like this is time sensitive, and also we're moving into the 21st century with the Q Public. So,
absolutely.
Thank you. All right.
That's all I have, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you so much,
from the board.
Deputy.
Thank you.
All right, Deputy County Administrator, I'll move on. Board of Commissioners, we have tab number 7, which is grants. Approval of the revised grant match in the amount of $16,667 for the Violence Against Women's Act. Grant previously awarded in the amount of $50,000 to the Douglas County District's Attorney's Office to be funded through the Department's 2022 budget, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. Ms. Thompson, are you on the line?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Yes, this original BOC grant was, but pre-COVID had the match of $16,667, but since COVID they had waived it. They thought they had waived it this year also, but in their last meeting, it should have been on the paperwork that we had approved on 4/5. So it is already budgeted in the 2022 budget, but I just wanted to come back and let you know that there was a match on this grant.
Okay. Any questions forward? All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Thompson. You have the next one as well. Tab number 8, authorization to accept a grant award from the Judicial Council of Georgia American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, in the amount of $236,068, and amend the budget and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. Ms. Thompson, again.
Yes, ma'am. This is the ARPA grant. This is number 2, part 2 of the ARPA grant. We did ask for more positions, and we were awarded one ADA position and one investigator position, and the equipment to set them up in our office. grant will be effective 6/1 through 12/31 of 2022.
Okay, thank you. Board of Commissioners, you have any questions regarding this grant? Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Moving on to tab 9, tab number 9, authorization to accept the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council FY23 grant awarding the amount of $98,625, including a match amount of $11,835 for the Family Treatment Court, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. Director King, Jennifer King, good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair. This is a grant that we get annually from CJCC for a family treatment court. This year, the amount, as you said, is $98,625. The match amount is $11,835, and that match comes out of salary.
Okay. Any questions, board? Okay. Thank you. We're going to move on to tab number 10. You have that as well, Director King. Tab number 10 is authorization to accept the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council FY23 grant award in the amount of $71,617, including a match amount of $8,594 for the Chance Court, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. If you could just explain to the board what this is.
Yes, ma'am. This is also the CJCC funding. It is for our new juvenile mental health court that we've started. In the amount of $71,617. The match amount of $85.94 also is from salary.
From salary. Okay. Any questions forward? All right. Okay. Question, Robertson, you have the floor.
Madam King, good morning. Got a quick question
Good morning.
for you. So again, mental health work, we're juvenile, and so this role would play what? Defense? Give us a little bit more detail on what this role would be. Give context for me.
This court has been put in place. We've, of course, over the years identified, some of the mental health issues with our kids over here. So this court is taking the same team approach that the other accountability courts do. It will actually meet once a week, where there's a staffing component with the staff, and then the kids actually appear before the judge. So Judge Harrison has that time with them to check on them, come up with solutions and plans and whatever the need may be.
This is more like case facilitating the process, facilitatory, or like what is this role, this money, what is this person going to be doing?
Well, this funding is going to be for one case manager, but then it's also going to pay for treatment services, evaluations that will need to be done, some of the ancillary services, because this is going to be like a collaborative plan to hopefully meet all the needs for a youth and the family.
I got you. And then did you say that this was a match or no match?
There is a match that comes from existing salary.
Yeah, no problem. Good. I'm all for mental health. I want to make sure I understand how the math works. And then, of course, as you know, we have Community Service Board. I know they provide service as well. Are they part of the team? Are we optimizing this, how we service the citizens? You got any insight on that for me?
They are included in our stakeholders. I believe currently they're able to provide the psychiatric services. Because of it being kids and different funding sources and insurances, there may be multiple providers involved. And some of our kids could end up being in different placements.
I got you. Yes, it's complicated. I appreciate it and I learn as I go. We're okay with that. We'll revisit this toward the end of the year. Madam Chair, I yield. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions on Mark's board? Thank you so much, Ms. King, Director King. All right, we're going to move on to tab 11. Tab number 11 is authorization for the Fire and the EMS Department to accept funds from the Georgia Trauma Commission in the amount of $13,117 and amend the budget and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. Chief Jolivet, you have the floor. Fire Chief. Fire Chief. There you are. Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Sorry about that. Just multitasking this morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Board of Commissioners. Thank you, citizens. Basically, the Georgia Trauma Commission was established to help not only the citizens, also departments. And we're asking for consideration to accept a check of $13,117 to go toward getting equipment.
Okay, any questions? Any questions, board? All right, Chief, pretty self-explanatory. Thank you. We're gonna move on to tab number 12, and that is under the category of business items. Tab number 12 is authorization to execute a contract from Juvenile Programs Administration Department's Family Treatment Court to be a drug screening provider for Douglas County Division of Family and Children's Services, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Director King, you have the floor again, Jennifer King.
Yes, ma'am. This is a vendor contract we've been utilizing for almost 2 years with Department of Human Services for our local DFACS office to provide their urine drug screening and hair follicle testing. And we've been able to make about $10,000 in revenue off this service. So I'm kind of excited about that. But it'll be 2 years, I believe, in August that we've been doing this.
Any questions for?
Yeah, I do.
Question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, as we're awarding contracts, and I'm always about optimization. Where else is there anybody else in the county? Maybe deputy administrator. Who else does our other drug and all this screening? And I get kids for special, don't get me wrong, but I'm just curious. Are there multiple people involved in all this, or is it just firms? How does this work? I'm just like, okay, I'm following, like, okay, that group got a contract with that guy get that dude, they over there doing that. Like, okay, is anybody looking at all of it? Is anybody synchronizing there all of it? Is there some type of leverage play here? I'm okay. We're not trying to take away autonomy to deliver services, to do what you guys do on behalf of the public. But our job as oversight is to make sure that it's in the best interest overall and doesn't make sense. So can somebody weigh in on that for me?
Yeah, Vice Chair,
Yes,
I will say just for regular staff employees and throughout the hiring process, we do utilize Caduceus Medical to do all of our drug screens and physicals and things of that nature. Now the courts are, juvenile typically does a little something different as well as the courts. So, but the overwhelming majority of our drug screens, they do go through Caduceus Medical.
Right. Follow up the last question. So she said this is $10,000 per year. How much? Maybe Ross and Director Miller. How much do we spend on employees? Getting paid. It's back and forth. It's always an attrition and turning. You guys got any estimates on that? How much we spend on drugs, screening, background, whatever that is, the equivalent of what she just presented? Director Miller, any insight?
No, but I can get the information.
Just get it for me before tomorrow. Don't worry, we don't press it. We want to keep going with the agenda. Thank you, guys. We're all good. Thank you. I'm sure I yield, but I do want the answer by tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. If you could just Director King, I thought you said we saved 10,000. Are we spend 10 or save?
No, ma'am. We contract with it. We do the DFACS drug screens. Like for DFACS clients, they send them over. We complete the screen, send them to the lab, all of that. They then pay for the supplies and lab costs under their payment structure. So what happens is if our costs are less than what they're paying, then we're bringing in that extra money. So we've actually brought in 10,000 in revenue from them.
Okay. Oh, that's what I thought I heard you say. You brought them in. Okay. All right. And Rosalind, you will provide Commissioner Robinson what he's requested tomorrow.
Yes.
So, Madam Chair?
Okay. Vice Chair, you have the floor.
Director King, thank you for that clarity. But I thought I heard it, but I'll clarify my ask. To your point, so they mark it up. They, whatever happens out in the marketplace, and they cut us a check back. Got it. I want the equivalent of that conversation. I want to make sure I'm looking at what I'm looking at. Like, oh, and that's how y'all running this? Okay, so somebody's paying for this. It's a money maker for us as the government. I'm cool with that. I'm good. but then we're also doing it over here this way. We're having expense over here. We're making money over here. I just want to make sure I'm looking at. So yes, Director Miller, let's take this offline. Now you can open me up even more. Like, okay, now what are we doing with all this? How does the money flow like this? Okay, so these guys get to pay us back. It's sort of like the payola back in. You're like, okay, y'all ain't following this money? We mark it up, the county back some money, and it's, I get it, don't get me wrong, I'm cool, go see your budget, do what you gotta do. And yet we got this over here, and we're playing outright full market retail rate. I'm good, I got it, thank you, Director King. Madam Chair, we're gonna take this one offline for real. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. All right, any other remarks before we move on? We'll move on to tab number. Thank you so much, Director King. We're going to move on to tab number 13, which is approval of a contract with VHB for the comprehensive plan update in the amount of $149,000 to be funded from the Planning and Zoning Department budget and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Manager Duncan Allison, you have the floor.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I'm glad to present the recommendation to you that Douglas County award the contract for the comprehensive plan update to VHB. This contract, as you said, would be in the amount of $149,000, and this is an expense that is accounted for in the Planning and Zoning Department budget. The Evaluation Committee has recommended VHB to the Purchasing Oversight Committee, and the Purchasing Oversight Committee unanimously endorsed the recommendation of the Evaluation Committee. Allison Stewart Harris is with VHB, and she is online today. She'll be the project manager for the contract. Either she or I would be glad to answer any questions that you may have, including addressing some of the points made earlier in the meeting about the required housing component that will be addressed in the comprehensive plan. And just by way of conclusion, this is a required plan update. This is mandated by the state of Georgia to maintain our qualified local government status. And with that, I will defer to any questions that y'all may have for myself or for the VHB project manager, Allison Stewart Harris.
Okay, thank you so much. Allison. Any questions? I saw Commissioner Guyder first this time.
No, that's fine.
Oh, then Commissioner Guyder, you have the floor.
All right, Allison.
Yes, ma'am.
How did you select this firm, VHB?
So we had 3 qualified proposals that were submitted. Want to say how much I appreciate the services of Ms. Ammons in the purchasing department in helping us with this. The firms were evaluated based on the criteria that was put in the proposal, the request for proposals. There was an evaluation committee of county staff that evaluated each of the proposals independently, and then we met and scored each of those proposals. And Ms. Ammons can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that VHB overwhelmingly was the #1 choice among the evaluation committee. This was presented to Purchasing Oversight, and Purchasing Oversight unanimously voted to approve our recommendation.
Yes, Commissioner Guiders, LaTanya Ammons. The committee did meet. They independently reviewed based upon the score sheet, and so VHB was the highest score, and that is from a weighted measurement as well as just raw scores. And so that is how we came up with the actual selected vendor that we would like to contract with.
So the $149,000 contract was not bid out. It was just 3 firms that submitted proposals.
No, ma'am. It was actually sent out as a public bid. It was posted on the Douglas County website as well as the Georgia Procurement Registry website. We just happened to have 3 companies to submit a bid.
Okay, because I do know that VHB was awarded a $625,000 transportation comprehensive plan contract back in December of 2019. So it worries me when the same name keeps popping up.
And I completely understand. The 3 companies that submitted a bid were VHB, Sizemore Group, and Hall Consulting. And the evaluation committee members, there were 5 committee members, and they signed an agreement for it to evaluate the bids. They said that they would evaluate them independently without any collusion. We met as a team. I took all of the scoring. We have the scoring documentation. I put it in, and did the models, and VHB was the highest they scored the highest, just based upon an independent review.
Did they come in and interview for the job or before your committee, or you just took the paperwork, whatever?
We just took the paperwork. In these particular instances, we evaluate the technical responses, and that is how we come up with the conclusion, because again, there's just certain factors that they had to respond and were evaluated on. And so we didn't interview them. Based upon the references and recommendations, we know that the three companies have been in the business. They are professionals in that area. No one said, oh, who is this individual vendor? They appear to be new, but we knew that they were responsible, responsive, and could do the job based upon their responses.
But they're not new, because
Right.
I said the $625,000 contract was awarded.
Yes, and I understand that there's trepidation with vendors who maybe have recently been awarded or who are always awarded. It was my job to definitely cast a wide net to make sure that we invite everyone, and that is why the bid was posted not only on the Georgia, on Douglas County's website, but also on the Georgia Procurement Registry using NIGP codes. And if those companies were registered statewide, they will receive the notification, but they also have the option to submit a solicitation or not to submit a solicitation. And those are the three that we received and we evaluated.
And it was based mainly on the technology. Is that what you said?
Yes,
That's the very same worded that was used for the $625,000 contract. So anyway, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just get worried when the same company keeps popping up. Thank you.
I understand.
Chair?
Thank you so much, Commissioner Greider. Vice Chairman Robinson, you have the floor.
I appreciate it. No, I appreciate that. So we've always had that historical perspective, regardless of what side you're on. Same people get the same contracts. Director Amos, you're here to break all that up, to bring assurance to the process that is above reproach. Now, our job was versus the entitlement mindset of prior years. It's no, we want to have open competition, compete, no hookups, no longevity. Because I know you don't know you. I want you to hear this. Your job as the judiciary officer of procurement is like, look, I don't know about all that. Your process has to be, it is what it is. Now, if to all vendors, if you didn't hear about it, you didn't respond, well, our job is to put it out there. Your job is to respond. Your job is to compete. Right? And so again, I appreciate that. I had to say that. Right? You know, you gotta compete. So if the vendors, I don't know who these firms are, I'm familiar with the names per se, but compete, you compete. If it was open, if you're a franchise and you win 6 championships, you competed, you won. Right now, the question is the criteria in which you score. Let's go to my point. All right, I got it. So you have a set of criteria. So what about minority participation? Because this is important. I'm sure the committee chair of obviously procurement POC being weighed in, so I won't go too deep. But that's something that I've always historically making sure that, okay, but are there minorities that are participation in that? Was that part of the criteria? Was that implied within the statement? Talk to me about that point right there, minority participation.
It was implied. It was not made a requirement as far as the bid documents. My goal is to develop an official minority participation office in year 2, meaning next year in 2023. But in this particular case, it was implied in the RFP regarding minority participation in the particular for this particular solicitation.
Right. This is an important one, and even I'm with Madam Director. I always love to hear her perspective, like, but still, the purpose of this body of work, this scope of work is very important to our future conversation. Does the people who are doing the work represent? Do they hear us? And to Madam Director's point, I think this may be one which I like to see who they are. Are you about to shape our county for the next 10, 20, 30 years? Who are you? And this ain't got nothing to do with you. We're out to take me and make sure it was solid, it was clean. I'm with you. As long as it's above that, you're good in my book. But our point is, okay, now, who are you? Madam Goddard, I'm with you. Now, why won't we use this body work? Like for the next 10 years, and you heard the passion that we're talking, because this is important. The five of us on this one right here, we want to make sure we shape this county, that we're thoughtful. This can't just be no transaction that you just got a contract and you weren't, you make consideration of where this county is at, because we represent the county. So I don't know. I'm of the notion. I'm okay. I'm going to yield to Commissioner of the committee, but I'm willing to hold off on it. I'd like to see these guys. I like for them to come in. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I'm ready to vote yet without having had a chance to look at them. We look at people for other contracts. I mean, the last contract they got right 625. They had to come in. But the buses, they had to come in. Even though I was on the table getting my eye surgery, Commissioner Moker ran that, but still, they came in. So certain things is that no, I need to get to know you, and it's not you. It's just what's important for us. Like it's relational. It's kind of about relations, not transactional. But I'd like to at least you guys think about it between now and tomorrow. But I'm sure I'd like to see us for somebody. And I'll yield to Madam Carson. You know, this. I don't know if I'm ready yet. I'm going to yield right now.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Any other comments or remarks? Okay. Commissioner Carson, I saw your camera. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mm-hmm.
Do we still have Allison on?
Yes, she's here.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I couldn't see you. Okay, so talk to me a little bit about this contract. How long would it take for this? And once we decide if this is the vendor that we will go with, when will this commence? How long will it take? And what's the process?
Sure. So the required update deadline is October of 2023. That deadline is set by the Georgia Department of Community Affairs. In terms of the initiation of the contract, once you vote to approve the contract, we will work through the contracting timeline. I would have to defer to Director Ammons in terms of how long that is. I would assume we would probably take the rest of June and into July to execute whatever the final contracting documents are. But our scope assumes that we will start our existing conditions assessment into July. And then we have asked them to deliver on the land use plan, which is the substantial body of work that we're asking for this contract to complete. We anticipate that we will deliver on that by December of 2022. So built into that timeline is some robust public engagement that we anticipate we will have as a part of this. And then hopefully by the end of the year, we will be able to present kind of our vision for an updated land use plan for the county, so that we can then take first quarter of 2023 to vet that land use plan. There are some other required plan elements, which would include a broadband element, housing element, economic development element. And so once we have the land use plan substantially completed by the end of the year, we will start to work on those other elements. And hopefully by second quarter of 2023, we'll have that work complete so that we can initiate the final public hearing process throughout the summer and get it wrapped up, hopefully no later than August or September of 2023. Like I said, our final drop dead deadline from the state is October of 2023.
Understood. And so I understand your deadline and what you're trying to do. And it's just so happened to be a coincidence that this morning a lot of the conversation has been around planning and zoning and the look and feel of this county. And to Commissioner Mitchell, you know, his request was made loud and clear. You know, Ms. McCoy coming on, Commissioner Robinson's point of, you know, having, you know, Generation Z and Generation X come in and be able to have a place in our community. And then again, our community is diverse. It's much more diverse than when I moved here 22 years ago. So I would like to have this company come in and we just talk to them and make sure that we have chosen possibly the right firm in order to meet each commissioner's request as we go forward. Because again, this is a big undertaking, it's a big project, and it will help us to shape our unified development code and the county for the next generation. So
sure thing.
I say
absolutely.
I'd say we table this until we have a chance to meet them and ensure that this is the correct firm for us moving forward.
Sure thing. Now, Allison Stewart Harris is on the line today. if you have any questions specifically for her. They do plan to attend the meeting tomorrow. Or if you would like to defer this to another meeting date, we have built in possibly.
Yeah, I would like to defer it and have them to come in and possibly meet us. We could possibly do it via Zoom, or in person. So I would like to defer this, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair?
Yeah, thank you.
You are you. Thank you, Allison.
Okay, thank you. So if we defer number 13, does that mean 14 as well? That's VHB as well.
I believe we would need to defer that one as well. Yes.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Vice Chair.
Right, you're dead on point. You're on sync. Now, to Madam Guy's point, wait a minute, we're going to give you one we haven't met you, and then we're going to give you some extra work. Ooh, it's a rich contract. That's 2 and 4. 251.49 plus 75. Okay, I'm fine. But now we get into what the Lithia Springs small area, which is obviously primarily me and Commissioner Mitchell out this way to the east, and then you got obviously the west Bankhead, which is Commissioner Mitchell and Commissioner Guider. One more time, we're about to shake the 5 of us, and our input is going to at least kick off. I know some of us may be changing, but we're going to kick off the future of this county and the input and their richness and their history, all this about the way in. And so we get to know you. And Manager Allison Duncan, I get it. We appreciate her being here, but right now, what you're hearing is we want to have this right now. We want to table it. And there's a message here because, again, with us, we all come into these meetings with our own interest in what we're advocating for. I'm looking at Commissioner Mitchell. I ain't spoke to him in a while. I'm like, okay, that's what he working on. And obviously, I'm sensing what Commissioner Guider's got to say. So we're trying to say, you hear what we're saying? Like, well, let's table this right now because you got to appreciate the work that we need to get done and what we're trying to say and how we want this executed. So, Madam Chair, I'm going to yield. I'm going to support the table. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Guider.
Just a note of a point. You have met the people of VHB. Y'all did an interview. It's on tape. If y'all will remember, there was a tie of 2 companies, and I think the collaborative firm was there with the VHB team, and so you have met them, is what I'm saying. So I wouldn't go by just you haven't met them because you have met them. Was it because there was that large contract issue? Thank you. I yield back.
Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Guider. Vice Chair.
Yeah, thank you. No, let's let everybody have their words and let them lie. It's called the First Amendment. And the point was, it's still going to be my position. Every firm that comes in here, they shuffle up the players. They have different team members. They have what's called teaming. That's my whole point. The point is to pierce and make sure what I saw before is what I see today. And just like that, I don't need to be corrected in what I'm. My point, my position is going to be my position. Just one vote. But my point was very clear. I understand how structure works. I understand how people, when they come to the table. All right, Madam Chair, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Well, if there are no more remarks on that, clerk, could you first, if you would remove 13 and 14 for tomorrow, we're going to just move them off the agenda so they won't come forth, and then certainly there's more work to be done. Okay. Lisa?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you have, okay. Just want to make sure that 13 and 14 did not appear on the agenda tomorrow. All right. Board of Commissioners, we're going to move on to tab number 15, authorization to renew the contract with Transitions Commute Solutions for operation of the Connect Douglas Fixed Route Flex and ADA Paratransit bus service, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Director Ron Roberts, you have the floor.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, and citizens. How are y'all doing today? Yes, so we had to we wanted to take some extra time to look at the contract. So it's before you today for signature with Transition Solutions. On the line is Julie Christian, Debbie Ausbacher, and Jeff Bakaris as well. And they're available to answer any questions. We approved their budget last month when I first started down at Connect Douglas. And so today it's just to get the contract signed and prepared for your signature.
Any questions? Thank you so much, Director Roberts. Any questions for our director?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Commissioner Guyton.
Ron,
Okay.
are you satisfied with transitions? Have they corrected some of the problems that you shared with me?
Yes, ma'am. We're on track to look at. We're looking at the deliverables that under the contract, and we want to definitely get those. I think some of those had kind of gotten lost in the shuffle. You know, we are entering the third year down here, so that first year was a kickoff, and then it was COVID, and I think there were just some bad habits and practices that got into place, and it was just a weird time. But we're definitely getting everything back on track and getting this contract moving again, and working a lot more and setting up regular meetings with transition staff, and you know, every day we find something new, and we put it in motion, get it taken care of. But yes, I'm happy with them. I'm happy with their team. Like I said, we've met with them several times in person, and they made themselves available on this call today. Just any questions that were asked that was something that predated me that I couldn't answer. So yes, I'm happy.
And while I've got you,
Yes,
just for the public, would you kind of give us an update on the ride share, the vans, when that program will be reinstated?
Yes, ma'am. So we have looked at our fleet of vans. We are in active discussions with Enterprise. They're actually coming out, and then there'll be probably an item that I would like to bring forward. We're not quite sure yet, but it may be that we can look at Enterprise to help get that program going again, and working with.
Is that the car rental place, Enterprise, or is that?
Yes, but they have van pools all over Metro Atlanta.
Oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am. They already have a lot of van pools throughout Atlanta. They work with the ATL staff and Georgia Commute Options Program to get people into those vans, and that is very high on our priorities to get the van pool program going and to do something with the vans that are sitting there. That's kind of a problem.
Maybe this year, maybe.
Oh yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. A lot of people asked about it, so that's why I wanted to take advantage of you being here. So.
No, sure, absolutely. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I yield back.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Guyton. Director Roberts had a question regarding the renewal of this contract. I know we have inflation upon us and other things that's putting pressure, gasoline costs and all that. Did this contract pricing change this year? I believe you had a brief conversation with me. It increased slightly.
It did, and that was the budget that I brought forward. We brought forward the budget for transitions for approval for next year, and that was the only change in that contract, Madam Chair, was to increase the hourly wage to $15 an hour for the drivers, if you recall, and that's because as I explained back in May, it costs about $3,000 to train these drivers, and if they're coming in and then they're leaving and they're going to different agencies or just taking other jobs, it's kind of a real problem. And another thing too is you want these you want the drivers to stay, you want them to be invested in the program and learn the riders and everything else too. So That's the only thing that changed for me, Madam Chair.
Okay, yeah, which was a good thing. We want to compete. The $15 an hour is usually the price point now. And I know you researched Director Roberts, and we were behind the 8 ball, so that 15 is competitive. All right, I just wanted you to just share that information with the board, what we have discussed. Commissioner Carthen, I see your camera.
Here,
Mhm.
Director Roberts.
Yes, ma'am. Hey.
Hi, my question would probably be to the staff at Transitions, if they could talk to us a little bit about their plan to ensure safety, to ensure, good customer service, timeliness of the drivers, those types of things. If they could give us just an overview of how they plan to do that so that we can get back on track with some of the things that we've heard out in the community. I just want to hear reassurance from them.
Okay. Is Julie or Debbie? I saw they were on here earlier.
Sure. Hi, Ron.
Hey, Julie.
Hey, good morning. So let me get my stuff on for you. Good morning, everybody. Yes, it's been a difficult, as Ron can speak to, transit in general has really suffered during this pandemic and the post-pandemic era. It's just been from ridership to retaining those qualified drivers. So to the board, we wanted to say thank you for approving those hourly rate increases, because that we are very confident that is going to go a long way to helping us retain drivers. And that's really step one, to answer your question, Commissioner, is to get our drivers really invested and wanting to stay with us, because it all starts from there. Our training plans have not been up to par, to be perfectly honest, and we have totally revamped our training program. We do have our regional manager who is now stationed in the Douglasville area, who's completely revamping the training program. We'll be working closely with Matt as well to see what kind of collaborations that we can go to make sure that the hours are put to the best possible use, reinstituting those training vehicles. Mostly when we had our previous manager come on board, she brought some experience from her prior jobs where it was a different approach to training, and what we have found is it was not effective. So we are going back to kind of the old staple where we are instituting our training vehicles, where it's not just hands-on, that there's really a more robust plan. And honestly, we feel that at its roots, that is going to go a long way to solve the problems that have creeped in terms of customer service and our interactions with the community. We're going back to the roots to solve it there. And we have already seen, just in the last 3 weeks that we've implemented this new training plan, the feedback from our community. I've personally been, engaging and talking to our clients there in Douglas, and the reactions from our drivers. They are happier, they are more confident, and they are providing a better service to the community there in Douglas. So, I welcome your inquiries, and I would just hope you are still reaching out to the community and fielding those inquiries. And I am confident that you will see improvements across the board as we head into the summer season.
Thank you for that, Ms. Christian. And my other question, I don't know if you know the answer to this or not, but what is the percentage of drivers or staff that you have that actually reside in the county? Because a lot of times that does make a difference in regards to, if you live in the county, these are your neighbors. These are the people that you see day in, day out at the grocery stores. Your children play soccer together. You're at the, different functions together at school. So I wonder, what is the percentage of that? And are you recruiting more of those staff members and drivers from within the county?
To be perfectly honest, I don't have that percentage, but I can certainly get it for you if that's a number that you'd like to see. But I will tell you that those are our best employees, the ones that reside in Douglas County. They have a heart for it. Our two road supervisors, who I've been working very closely with over the last month specifically to revamp this training, they both reside in Douglas County. And you see the heart that they have, and you see that they are not only there for the community, but they back up their drivers. And it's really, those are the types of employees that we are working diligently to attract and retain, because you can't train that. You can't, just get somebody to develop that. They have to have the heart for it. So I will get that percentage for you. If I had to ballpark, I would say it's probably at least half of our drivers. Again, we've had a huge amount of turnover. We are turning the corner on that right now. And I'm excited and confident as to what this next year is going to bring. I think it's a lot of positive change as we revamp and attract more drivers back to this program in that post-pandemic era.
Thank you for that. And I would say, Ms. Christian, utilize us to help you to recruit. We have a robust mailing list that our director of communications sends out. So if that's something that you're looking at and you're doing, don't negate us. Use us as a resource as well as our economic development team. Utilize us because, again, we want exactly what you said. Those people who are invested in our county to be the drivers and the face of Nick Douglas through
And I don't know, Debbie, perhaps you could speak to this better. I don't know if we've ever had that offer before, and we would absolutely take you up on that because it has been, so many factors, but it has been a struggle in the last 18 months, a year to even attract. And, Ron spoke to kind of the numbers, that $3,000 is a ballpark. And that's, the hours of training and just all of the certifications that they need to get. And we, I would say at this point, are just a little bit tapped out on kind of our usual avenues for attracting those people. So I would love to have an offline conversation. If you can point me in the direction of some additional resources, we absolutely would love to partner in that way.
Julian, absolutely agree. We will take you up on that.
I think Debbie asked about that. There you go. If you can mute your mic. Thank you. Keep going. Commissioner Parkman, did you have the floor still?
Yes. So Director Martin just appeared on here. Between Director Martin and Director Roberts, Ms. Christian will get you that added resource again. It only benefits all of us. So, but I thank you for answering my questions. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield.
Okay, thank you so much. And I see you pop your camera on Director of Communications. So you will follow up with our Director Roberts, and then also so you'll meet with Ms. Christian.
Yes.
To help market and push out the need for additional drivers. So thank you. All right.
Absolutely.
Any other remarks from the board?
Okay.
Vice Chair, you have the floor.
I'll be very brief. So, and I don't know if Madam ACA is on the line. Director Roberts, either one of you can take this, but as we align everything, I appreciate the service provider here, which will obviously deal with the infrastructure component. There is some planning that is also underway that as you're training, as you're doing this, we're also making adjustments. We know this 3 years later. The pandemic doesn't really matter. I get it, but put that aside. We're at the 3-year mark. We know we're going to revamp. Ron, you take it where it is right now. You take us forward. The history is the history, but it's yours to make it going forward. My question is, as we award this contract, if the board so chooses, it's the board's decision. How we align service level agreements and all that with our plans and our adjustments? Are y'all aligning all of this? Is this even in the conversation?
Yeah.
Tiffany, hold on. Let's hear from Tiffany first. Director Stewart Stanley, can you please speak first about the plans overall for, and then I want Director Roberts to speak behind that, please.
Good morning, Vice Chair, Board of Commissioners. Yes, so this contract was up for renewal, and we had to go ahead and move forward, making sure that we had the appropriate contract in place. But we are still doing our overall alignment of our customer service model, our workings, the inner workings of Connect Douglas, as well as with grant funding and all other things that will make Connect Douglas move forward in a better manner. And we've been working hard to do that. So we are still in that phase of aligning everything. And I think we'll be able to come back to the Transportation Committee and to the board in the next couple of months with a better picture of what we've been working on.
Great, thank you. This is my point to the board, which is why as chair of transportation, like, okay, guys, we're funding this. It's 3 years in. We're making some adjustments to Madam Guyer's point. From her context in the community, from my context in the community, and everybody else, we weighed in and said, okay, guys, we need to make some adjustments, not only just to riders, but also to customer service. We expect better. And since it was soft during this period of time, duly noted on employees and quality employees. Got it. We got you. Thank you, Mr. Carthen, for making that offer. So we have a part to play in that with any relationship. It takes both sides. But I want to make sure that if we're funding this now, right, and I heard about the deals of fuel, but like, look, we should have spread. Like we've been out there and really busy. So there's a number of things. I'm fine with the contract. I'm more concerned with the overall. Okay, guys, we had 3 years. We got 1 more year. Now, how are we going to really optimize it? So I want to have that conversation at some point, Madam AC, over the next couple of months. I'm not pushing it now. I'm fine if the board is satisfied as is, because again, it is a contract. It is a contract. So we have to address it based on its terms. But there's still the bigger picture, the bigger alignment. They're like, okay, guys, all right, we're leveraging federal dollars. We have a match. We had money in here. They spot us. Like, I want to make sure we just don't take that for granted. Right? This service provider needs to understand. Don't take this for granted, though. Ask yourself, look, you're good. Let's not take this for granted, but there should be an expectation. Like, okay, come on, let's make this a better place. So now, Director Roberts, you're good. We've already had that conversation. You don't have to belabor this because you've got more to talk about in a minute. So I'm fine, Director Roberts. We don't have to talk right now. We've been going long enough. Madam Chair, I yield. Thank you all.
If there are no further discussions, we can move on to the next item or the tab. The next tab is tab number 16, authorization for Connect Douglas to offer free fares for the month of June through August 2022, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. Director Roberts, you have the floor again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak to this. We are celebrating our 3rd birthday down here at Connect Douglas. So what a wonderful way to celebrate that and try to reinvigorate and kick things off. And one thing that I've been talking with the collaborative firm that helps us do the outreach and stuff is about doing free fares for June, July, and August. Get our ridership back up. I noticed that when we pulled together all the ridership numbers for the event that we did out at Deer Lick for the seniors out there, the biggest spikes we had in ridership were the first summer that the program opened, and then they did a free fares program for the month of December, which they got ridership up. So we would really like to do that. So we're asking for permission to open this up for free fares for June, July, and August.
Okay, any questions, remarks for it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
If I heard you right, Ron, you said there was a spike when it was free. Well, of course it's going to be free. I mean, if it's going to be free, there's going to be more riders. I think the problem with the system is convenience and the way it's set up. And I think we need to look more at that. I'm not necessarily for free ridership. It doesn't cost that much to begin with. And nothing is free, as we all know. Someone's paying for it. And so whether it comes from the federal government, state government, or us, it's not free. And it's wear and tear on the vehicles, and the staff are being paid, and yet we're not collecting any fees. I don't know that this is did the ridership go down after the free month ran out?
No, so the spike was in December, carried over into January and February of the following year, even though the fares were back on. And our fares are kind of high. They're $250. That's kind of what that's exactly what MARTA fares are, actually.
Well, I think that's what it is in Carroll County with their system, and their systems make at least, I don't know if it's making money, but I think it's at least kind of a wash as far as paying for itself. But we need to look at other things other than just another free something. People rely on too much free stuff. That's why everybody's trying to having trouble hiring somebody, because if we're going to provide all their services free, then they don't have to work. So, and we all know what the Bible says: if you don't work, you don't eat.
Right.
So, anyway, I would like to see some other kind of incentive, maybe one free ride for every 5 or something like, or 10. Have a little punch card or something. But just to offer it for free when we're wearing the buses out, we're gonna have to replace those buses and the tires and everything else sooner or later.
Sure.
So, I don't agree with this, and I just don't think that is the answer to the problem of Connect Douglas. But that's just my opinion. We all have our opinions. So I yield back. Thank you.
Any other remarks?
Yeah. Madam Chair?
Okay, Chairman of Transportation.
Yeah. Yeah, this obviously, this is something I wanted the full board to weigh in on. It did not come as a recommendation. It's something like, all right, where do y'all stand on this? Right? Take a position. You will use marketing dollars to market. So if I spent $10,000 on marketing, I can get wait free to increase, or I can do marketing. Take a position though. Right? You have to, it's a cause and effect. You have to do something to increase it. And again, it's to Madam Guys, what we get access, we get the initial design. You guys are working on that, and I give you that. But in the meantime, so during this summer, and again, during this summer, I know we give away gift cards for gas, we do different things, and people go like, okay, that sounds good, pick one. It's not our job necessarily to sort of design it for you. That's what we guys pay you for. That being said, what about our youth? And talk about why you came up with this during this summer. Director Roberts, I don't think you're giving the justice that you did the other day. I need to really talk about why this program, why right now, and what you think. So I need you to defend this. Go ahead.
I understand. And yeah, this is not an uncommon practice for some trans agencies to do these kind of things. But the impetus behind this, it really came out of the back in May when they did the senior month, and I had a conversation with Dr. Gilchrist, and I wish we had got ahead of it before the school year was out, because we wanted to do something that benefited the seniors. We wanted to do something that benefited the kids that are getting to work over at like Six Flags and stuff, and just getting around so they would have opportunities. I had sent some information to the school superintendent North about if we can get this passed, he was going to get that information out to newsletters and things that he would be sending out updates to parents over the summer months. And we also were combining this effort with travel training events that we were planning to do with senior services and all the commission districts. So we want to have, and I've lined up some senior ambassadors and some other individuals that I wanted to outreach to the youth, and also we had looked at targeting Hispanic communities up and on Thornton Road. We think that's a very underutilized potential to get riders. So it was part and parcel. It's a plan that we got in place to do the travel training and also have the free fares for the summer to really get out there in all the commission districts, every one of the commission districts. We talked about doing this outreach in District 4, and when I talked to Commissioner Guider, there is some ARPA grants that we put in, and we have a plan, and if we get it, it's going to be a real game changer. I don't want to get ahead of it because we got to wait and see if we get it. But we did submit for those ARPA funds to expand some transportation options, and so all these things were part and parcel just kind of like a reinvigorating, a re-kickoff of Connect Douglas to try to get out there and get in the public, start getting that information. We've talked about in the past, we know we need the plan. I'm working with ATL right now. They went through and got their general planning contracts, and they're signing those, inking those deals right now. As soon as they do, Douglas County is number one on their list to move on the plan. So it benefited us to also get out this summer to talk to people and start getting the information, and then roll into a complete, holistic, comprehensive transit plan that is more aligned with what citizens will want to hear, want to have, and what programs and services they want to see, and it's all going to be taking place in the next year. And so I'm very excited to be moving on that. So the free fares was part and parcel of a larger plan, but and that's why I wanted to bring it before you. Like I said, we brought it to the transportation committee, but at that point it was like we were kind of looking at doing it for 1 month, but then when we really got down and talked to senior services staff, they came over and spent probably about 2 hours. They were talking to my staff, we were talking to them, and just got excited about it and got to planning what we wanted to do for the summer to try to help people get rides and get services and utilize transit. And I just think this would be a real benefit for our program. Financially, it's not. We're not there yet, and we all know that. I think
That's
there's
fine.
yeah.
No, you're sufficient on that. That was fine, and I wanted to make sure that you obviously talked about the bigger picture. It's about moments of time.
Right.
You got this summer, and it's like, okay, and that's the only reason to my peers that even brought up, like, okay, Ron, what is your plan? You just took over. You got to figure out, just like Director Amos, you got to figure out your lay of the land. Let me get my current situation.
Mm-hmm.
Look, we're giving you funding. We're giving you staff. We're giving you to go ahead to talk to the regional docs. Like, we got this. But you still got to run the day-to-day. Right? It's both at the same time. In other words, this is not a startup. It's already in play.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you got to do both at the same time. And so I allowed this, again, to the peers to let him bring it forth. He had to own it. Which says, okay, I get it. Now, how you going to get the youth over there from the parks and the libraries over into the system? You point access, are you going to use the van pools? I don't know what y'all going to do. But I guess my question is, how much money will this forego? You didn't answer that question. I don't know if you might have answered me about Blink. What will this cost me if I run this for 3 months? So what is the monthly ridership that I'm going to give up? What does that cost?
Probably about $3,000 a month. Right at it. Average.
It's 10 grand, guys. Right. So I don't know if Mr. Mitchell has a much bigger understanding. If I put 10 grand into some type of commercial up there at the radio station, what is that going to give me? How much would that increase in ridership? And do I do it like this, or do I do it like that? It doesn't really matter. There's still a cost. I don't disagree with Commissioner Dyer, but there are some times where you do get incentives. You do give free meals, and the question is, okay, there's no right or wrong. Y'all pick it. So it's on the agenda, but I'll yield to my peers fully on how they want to do this. And Madam Chair, thank you, Ron. Thank you, Madam Chair. You're back.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. Certainly, as the Vice Chair of the Transportation Committee, I consider this a post-pandemic coming out marketing tool to re-energize the citizens and just to encourage them to use this our transit system, for lack of a better term, simply because if you look all over the country, because of the pandemic, ridership has been down. So Douglas County is not unique. And I believe that our director is calling a play, just like any other coach would, to see what he can do to energize our citizens. So it sounds like it's not going to be anything that's going to really cost a lot. And certainly with the ARPA funding as a layer of support, I want to romance the idea. I don't want to shut it down because I want to see some movement. And certainly heard you loud and clear, Commissioner Guider. There are some other plays to call, and I think those plays will be in consideration. I know Carroll County has the Dollar Ride, and that's one that you've been mentioning quite a bit, and that certainly we can have a multitude of ideas that we can mold together, just not one. I don't want us to be so rigid, but at the same time, but we can add to what we have. And so I do agree to that. But I'm just saying, but right at this moment, we don't want to miss the moment. Sounds like our school system, particularly Trent North, who is our superintendent, is on board. He's willing to try to get the information out because we have a lot of students out this summer, and they certainly would probably enjoy riding. So that's just my 2 cents, my opinion as well. I do see you, Commissioner Carter.
Thank you so much for the floor. So to Director Roberts, so the training component would be for both the seniors, well, basically for anybody in the county that is willing to look at this as another mode of transportation. Is that what you're saying? Is that what I hear you saying?
Yes, ma'am. It's just like we talked about that day you came down there. We would go to the senior centers. We would be going out into all the commission districts. We want to target all the commission districts and have these events and get people out. And it doesn't matter. It's seniors. It's the Hispanic community I mentioned, and then also the students, targeting them and where are they and how can we get this information to them? Can we get them? Hey, have you thought about riding the bus? And I think that's a lot of it. Or routes or some can be confusing. So if you get people on there, they get the comfort of using the system, and then they're hooked. You got them.
Right. Absolutely. And so to that point right there are going to be a lot of summer events, summer concerts, things that are happening within Douglas County and around Douglas County, especially in Cobb and in Atlanta. And so we want to be able to ensure that people don't have to take their cars outside of the county in order to have access to these types of events. So this is really a bigger picture in terms of connection, in terms of training, and in terms of letting people know their options for commuting. And while I got you, I also wanted to ask, have you spoken to Danielle Crow and the Georgia Commute Options about what you're getting ready to do so that we can incorporate all of that? Because I had a conversation with them last week, and they too wanted to make sure that people, know that you can get outside your cars. There's other modes of transportation, and they're incentivizing people to either carpool, van pool, or take public transit, such as Connect Douglas, to and from their travel, to and from their destinations. So have you had a chance to do that as well? Because I want to incorporate all of this. It really does go hand in hand. So I don't want us to work in silos so that we don't double work. Right.
Right. We and I haven't spoken with Danielle Crow specifically. I've been speaking with Rosalind Tucker. She's over the program at the Atlanta Regional Commission, and I've known Roz a long time. Okay. And so her and Jill Goldberg is their marketing director at Atlanta Regional Commission. So I've communicated with them, and they know they know what we're up to, and we definitely want to highlight and have the events in conjunction with their participation as well, Mr. Parker, because we want them to be there to show people how to sign up for the GCO app.
Right.
Because they can sign up for the GCO app, they can get their rewards every time that they ride the bus. They're earning points, and or telecommuting. So definitely we're definitely going to have them at the table and at these meetings. There's many of them that we can get them at. That's absolutely going to happen.
Okay, and my other question to you while you're doing this, I didn't get a chance to ask you this during my interview for District Dialogue, but if this goes forward, are you actually taking some steps to get feedback so that we know where we need to expand and possibly change those routes depending on the preference of those who want to ride? Because I know for District 3, the closest one is possibly the up by the hospital and I think the technical college. I know
Right.
this comes up that way, but not much further into District 3. And so I do know that there are some students, some people that I know who want to be able to teach their kids how do you use transit. And of course, it's much safer and easier if they can teach them within the county that they already live, especially on a smaller commute bus, right? So that kids get familiar with it, they get comfortable with it, and they'll understand when they go other places outside Douglas County how transit actually works. So
that's you know, like I said, I had experience doing this before. We did it strictly with the seniors and the disabled community in Cobb County. I think I mentioned this before. Our program's name was Get on the Bus, Gus, and the seniors would get on there, and some of them had grown up, they had never ridden any kind of transit whatsoever. But they'd get on there, realize how clean the buses are, and how easily they could do it. We would, you know, those travel training trips we incorporated into an actual bus trip into Atlanta to do something. Not really. We're still. We have dates and we have some ideas on what we want to do, and we definitely want to get that input. That input from the individuals is crucial. To your point, we hear, oh, why don't you do this and why don't you do that, and that's a lot of that is going to come from a full-on study, which is so needed, and everyone agrees that. And I'm trying so hard to get that underway, but in the interim, I think we'll get a lot of feedback from the districts and citizens about maybe tweaking the system. And we can work with transitions over the summer to actually tweak on some of these routes. You know, we can't, you know, just to see what we can do to affect. I know Dr. Gilchrist has asked me several times why we don't have something that goes at least between the senior centers. I mean, that would be huge. So, I mean, there's some things we want to do. It's just that, you know, that involves bus routes and bus stops and signage. And I want to hear what everyone has to say and move on these things as we can. So that's yeah. That's I hope that answers your question.
that, Madam Chair, you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Carter. Any other remarks before we move on? Commissioner Guider, I see you came.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Ron, have you thought about maybe a student discount?
You know, I'm open to anything. We just, you know, that's a fantastic idea. I don't know if they've done that in the past. I don't think that they have. There is a discount for the disabled if they are
and the elderly, they don't drive.
So there's that discount. But and I know some systems do that. You know, there can be like a 31-day pass to be purchased through one of the colleges or schools or something. But yeah, we could look into that.
Yeah, and a lot of these places like Six Flags and everything, if they want the students to come out to help pay for their transportation, maybe give them some kind of incentive if they ride public transportation. But now June's already started, so if you implement this, is it going to be immediately implemented?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We have some people that buy 31-day passes, and they came in and they had to make a decision. I had to make that decision right then. You know, let them go forward with these 31-day passes, or go ahead and just let them ride for a couple of days last week until I could get this to the board. So, but yeah. So if it's done, I'm immediately going to do it.
So there are already people riding.
There was a handful of people that always get standing 31-day passes.
Yeah.
And because of the timing of the board meeting, I was like, well, all right. So I just said, hey, don't get your pass right now. Just hold on. Talk to me on Tuesday. So.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I just wondered if you had ever thought about student passes or
Yeah, we definitely can look into that.
discounts or something like that, because a lot of the students aren't old enough to drive, or they just haven't gotten their driver's license yet. I remember I always I got my driver's license the day I turned 16.
Right.
But they don't do that anymore. They want mama to drive them everywhere. So just look at the bus lines at the schools. They won't even ride the school buses.
Yeah.
They're out on the road in the highways, waiting to pick up their student, their child from school, instead of them riding school buses. So I think it's just the concept in total that people are just anti-buses. You know, there are fights that get on, you know, when you get a bunch of students together and everything. So believe me, I know. I drove a school bus back in '75. So.
Oh, did you?
Yes.
Okay.
And so I know I have had to break up several fights, but I made friends by doing it, because they respected me more, because I didn't allow the shenanigans to continue. So, but anyway, I just wanted to suggest, or maybe give you food for thought about student passes, and maybe even talking to some of these places that, like the mall or the Six Flags, that hire students. Say, could you offer them an incentive or something? So if they ride the buses.
Yeah, that's a.
And with gas prices what they are,
right,
I believe you can't go to Six Flags and back 4 times. You know, a mother or father could not just take their kids back and forth and then pick them up and everything. 4 trips to Six Flags is going to cost more than what the bus ride's going to cost with the gas prices as today. So I just wanted to kind of throw that out.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Because you know I love you.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Commissioner Bailey. I heard a voice. Oh, Vice Chairman. I'm sorry. I was looking at the camera.
All right. So I just want to clarify. So this is on the agenda, up or down tomorrow?
Yeah, it's up and down.
All right. Thank you. And I appreciate the comments that I'm hearing in Ron. Again, as I mentioned about housing, now we're talking about mobility. Societal attitudes are shifting. The pandemic created a reconstruction of how society moves. The fundamentals, it's like they're not going to do it that way. And look at to the point about driving. They're not. You can't make them. You can't dictate to them. They'll resist that even for that. When you have drive-bys, shootings on cars. Fights are on the street. Grown folks. Not just kids. Right? There's a shift, but I think this program is really about congestion mitigation. Let's offset the environment. You know, let's get this. Let's downplay this. Perhaps we get to electrical vehicles or hybrids. We can have that conversation in the future as far as putting assets on these things. Come up with me an alternative for that. But in the meantime, again, I appreciate you bring this forward. Again, I told you I'd get you a platform for it, so it'll be what it is tomorrow. Madam Chair, I just wanted to make sure, thank you, that we were clear that this is going to be on the table tomorrow. Yes or no, go or no go. Thank you. Thank you.
We're going to move on to tab number 17, if there are no other remarks. Tab number 17 is authorization to approve Atlantic Coast Consulting Task Order number 2022-1 groundwater monitoring and reporting services for the June event in the amount of $27,325, and 2022-2 remaining capacity report in the amount of $6,500, and 2022-3 groundwater monitoring and reporting services for December event in the amount of $20,080. Task order 2022-4 is 2021-2022 annual stormwater reports in the amount of $6,000, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. Director Coward, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair-elect.
Deputy and Assistant County Administrator, fellow directors and citizens. That's a lot. It's growing every time I get to do this, so that's fun. So yes, this is ACC, our on-call engineering firm that provides us with the groundwater monitoring, all the things to be in compliance with EPD. It's a mandated thing. We have to have it. And this year it's cheaper than normal, but all four added up, I think they're charging right at $60,000, which is what was approved in our budget already. So, nothing outstanding that's gonna hit us. So that's good, right? And then we have, lost my little note there. So I'm sorry. All right, we have two: the June event, which is June 14th, so it's right around the corner, and then the next one is in December. So all these tasks are June 14th is here. It's almost here, but we're right on schedule. Everything's in line. So it seems a little closer than I would like it. It's a little uncomfortable knowing I have something coming in right now, but or coming in this month, and we're talking about it now. But that's the hand we got dealt this year. So if there's any questions out there, I'll be happy to answer them now. But this is, like I said, we have ACC. We've gone out for bid. I think we have another 2 years before we need to go out for bid. So everything is just in line and rolling the way it should, actually.
Thank you, Director.
Yes,
any questions for Director? No. Okay, sounds like you were firing off all four cylinders, and this is what we do typically anyway. This is a traditional process.
Yes,
Commissioner Carpenter.
One question, Director Coward, did the amount for the contracts go up? I know we didn't bid them out because ACC has done them, but did the amount increase at all, or is this in line with what we paid before?
This is in line. There was no increase, and that's what I was just saying. There's different requirements depending on different years. It's just kind of, we put in some new wells last year. Those are expensive, so this year it's cheaper than what it was last year but we don't have to factor those wells in. That was a separate issue. I brought it to you last year, and that was around $50,000 themselves. So, like I said, this year for all of 2022, it's $60,000.
And you have it in your budget, so all
absolutely, it's in there. You don't even have to worry about it.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions, Board? All right, thank you, Director. You have the next one.
Next one too, yes.
All right, yes. Tab number 18, approval to award a maintenance contract with Russell Landscape pursuant to solicitation 22-011 for maintenance of the landscaping of the I-20 interchanges at Thornton Road, Lee Road, Post Road, and Liberty Road in the amount of $244,415 to be funded from the DOT maintenance, other professional services, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Director Coward, you have the floor.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So, yes, this is the new entrance that everybody sees on I-20, and we've been working hard to get them installed over the last year, the contractor, and then getting them, we talked about last month on how we're going to cut them and got a contract out for that. This contract is not cutting the grass, it's actually the landscaping. So to make sure those trees and flowers and everything that's been put in so carefully remains looking good and doesn't die in August like most everything else in South Georgia. So we chose let's see, we did a committee. So the committee was made up of myself, Jessica Stevens, Latanya Almonds. She was there. She was present. Kind of said, "Hey, this is the process." She was not a voting member, but just to make sure everybody was in line and doing what we're supposed to do. Levon King, Tommy Lewis, and Jessica and myself were on the board. So we did it at her office, and we received 4 bids that came in for this. We have Russell Landscaping, which is who I recommend, or the board recommends. Bright View Landscape, they came in at $288,712. Outdoor Solutions came in at $155,000, and Georgia Green did not meet requirements, so it was deemed non-responsive. So, real quick, just a highlight of the reasons why we chose Russell was, we had one out there that was lower, but it was half low. It was cut in half, and that sounds great for if you're watching the money, but it's not great when you know what has to be done, and there's no way they can do that job for the amount of money they put in, and they're not local. So those are the main reasons we kind of steered away from that company, which was Georgia Green. Let's see. Russell has got a ton of, supporting jobs and contracts all around Metro Atlanta. But I would say the one that I like, the best is they've got Fairburn Road. They're actually the interchange that the city owns. This is who they use. So I know we're big on making this county look better, and then keeping it at a certain standard, a higher standard across the board. So this is a great company. They have great recommendations. The city's using them, so we'll use, when you come in Douglas County, and to the time you leave Douglas County on I-20, it's going to be one contractor that's taking care of all of that. So, depending on your questions, that's our recommendation again is Russell Landscape. And that money is already in our budget and approved, and so that's how we would come, not asking for any more.
Okay, thank you. Director County, any questions for it?
Sure.
You have the floor. Questions?
Yeah, just real quick, and I appreciate the comments on what you sparked. All right, so I get their contractor, and they're doing Fairburn Road, which I get, which is City of Douglasville. But as a contractor, it's important to say that the board has to agree. Are we going to allow what's currently on Fairburn Road and the city's view influence how each of these are going to be, or are they going to have each of their own character areas? What is the intent in the design and approach to do landscaping? I think that's important. And so, answer that question.
What?
No, all right, stop, don't do it.
Okay.
No, don't do it. That was a question, but was also in my spirit because I'm hearing this emphasis of the city of Douglasville. And obviously I appreciate that's part of me and Henry's district right there at I-20. I got it, and I have no problem with the intersection. But the contractor needs to hear this. The city is the city, the county is the county. How you make that consistent, make it one Douglas, I'm great. But I want to make sure is the city's design and thoughts going to shape the rest of everything else, and I'm paying for it? Or are we all going to, Post Road or Liberty and Chapel Hill and Thornton, whatever y'all, there's some, I just want to make sure that that's acknowledged, and that you will ensure that our voice and who we are is represented in these areas. And I know city, I know we got to go through this conversation with SDS and everything else, but still the point is who's spotting this money. And so we need to be represented accordingly. So Madam Chair, maybe you have a thought. Obviously this, Director, how are you okay? Madam Chair, where are we going with this? What was your thought? This really is something that you really pushed. we support it. It's in the budget. It's not a problem. But what is your vision for this, Madam Chair, along those corridors? What are your thoughts?
Vision is pristine all the way in terms of would love those areas to be all the landscaping along all those interchanges that have been named certainly this is a maintenance contract. We need the weeds pulled, the flowers need to be maintained, and the trees need to be nourished. And I didn't realize Russell was doing the city, but however, the city's landscaping project really has, it pops when you come through there. And I know ours, we've been waiting to get someone in here to help us pop because we have everything planted, but we need someone that can maintain it as well. So my idea on this is I would love to see it move forward so we can get it done. And I like 1 Douglas. You mentioned that earlier. That's important. 1 Douglas, because what I've seen so far along that Fairburn corridor is really maintained very well. So that's just it allows me to have a sneak preview of what ours will look like in terms of maintenance.
I got it. No, Madam Chair, you have the vision. So it's up to the executive to translate this. You heard her heart. Know what she wants to express things. She may not design it in what she's saying, but I got it. Like, okay, guys, y'all heard it. But let's make sure. So the contractor, if you're listening, make sure that happens. We don't want to go out there and be like, okay, you got to see the Doug do it. There's popping, and ours is just sort of like, okay, whatever. That would be an issue. So I think the point is being made. I'm sure I yield the floor. You can move on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other feedback for us? All right. We're going to move on to our next item. Thank you so much, Director County. Okay. Our next item is tab number 19, approval of a contract with MCM Technology LLC to provide asset management software to track serialized assets that require continuous management and tracking in the amount of $18,360 to be funded through E911's existing budget and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Director Hartley, Katrina Hartley.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Board of Commissioners, Deputy County Administrator Perry, Assistant County Administrator Stuart Stanley, and citizens of Douglas County. The MCM Technology assets management will be managed through our radio system administrator here at Douglas County E911. MCM Technology is a distinct business entity. They are the sole developer and implementer of communication-centric asset management software. The $18,360 is the initial setup and development of the program. Moving forward, the annual cost should average about $3,200. The purpose is to manage our records of the county investment of our radio equipment. For example, our portable radios are anywhere from $5,000 to $7,000 per radio, and there are 1,452 radios that are issued throughout public safety in Douglas County. In the past, there was no cohesion or consistency in the way that the assets were tracked. And so we just want to be able to ensure that we are tracking those radios, and we will be able to know who equipment is assigned to, and it makes everyone accountable for the assets that are assigned to their departments. We'll also be able to release maintenance reports and activity reports. And that will also provide us some historical data as to what this will cost the county historically and in the future.
Thank you so much, Director. Any questions for Director Hartley? Or Commissioner Vice Chairman?
Thank you. Director Hartley, good morning, good afternoon, whichever one it is. I'll be quick for you. 2 quick questions for you. So, for the public, how many E911 operators do we have?
We have about 30 E911 operators currently.
Good one. And then these assets that you're referring to, who has those assets? These 31 or another group of individuals?
So, Commissioner Robinson, those assets are distributed throughout the county. So you have some assets with the sheriff's office. You have assets with animal control, parks and rec. The coroner's office is also going to come on board, but they will have to purchase their own radios. We have some radios, the fire EMS department. So all of our public safety entities in Douglas County.
How many assets are total?
1,452.
There we go. Thank you. I had to dig into that a little bit deeper. Like, okay, right. So assets get away from us, and they lose them. Whatever it happens, right? And so now I'm listening to we got some leaks out there. So people got assets, and they get to use them for their own benefit. I get it, whether it's intentional or not. You're like, look, I got to keep up with this thing. Let me get something in here. Like this is exposure. This is liability to moral behavior. I get it. But I'm sitting here listening like, y'all ain't got a track of this now. We've never tracked before. I appreciate you even bringing this up and realizing the importance of it. That we've had these assets, which are very, very key. And again, I've come to only appreciate deeply. Again, I appreciate what you guys do for us. Trust me, the unsung heroes. When I watch the show now on Oxygen, like, wow, the pressure, the things y'all have to do. So I thank you for the service in that area. So I'm good with this conversation. I'm more attentive. I'm on the inside. Again, the things that are behind the veil. So I'm all for this. Trust me. I just want to be like, wow. And you bring this forward. So you said all public safety. So why wouldn't the coroner get this be part of the program and to the board? Like, I mean, I thought public safety is public safety.
Well, each department actually purchases their own radios at a cost of anywhere from $5,000 to $7,000. But we just need to ensure that we are managing and tracking those radios, and also the software helps our radio systems administrator determine costs. Like, say for instance, if an antenna breaks off, if there's a bad battery, or anything that will come with a cost, it will help him to actually track, what those, say for instance, if we have a particular radio and we have several antennas to break off, then that might be a problem with that particular radio. And so we can then kind of nail down issues and then go back to these vendors and say, hey, this is an issue, and so we need you to replace it. So it just gives us more control over what we have out there.
I got you, and I'm sure there's my peers are way more stronger in technology and what this means. I was just more about those per units, those 1,000 units, and who has them. I'm thinking, okay, so how many have we lost over time? Do we have any extras? This is, well, gee, that group is only 5 members. I mean, we ain't got no backups for them. How often do we replace them? So you just open up me, but I'm good. I'm sure you got this. Again, I know you just now taking over like a lot of the directors. We're fine. I'm not challenging this. Thank you for bringing this forward. I have no problem with that to ask, Madam Chair. I yield forward. Thank you, Director Hartley.
Thank you.
I was muted. I'm sorry. Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Guider.
Yes, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am. You have your separate enterprise account, so this doesn't have an effect on our general budget, right?
No, ma'am. This will come out of the E911 budget. Or yes, that's funded through E911 fees. Yes, ma'am.
It's like the landfill and everything. So okay, I just wanted to make sure this doesn't have an effect on our general fund.
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there are no other questions for Director Hartley.
Madam Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Carpenter, you have the floor.
Thank you so much.
Mhm.
Good afternoon, Director Harley.
Good afternoon.
My question to you is, with this technology beginning to be implemented, if it's approved on tomorrow, how will you get the devices that are out there? How will you get them on the system?
So our radio systems administrator already has all of our all of the radios that are out there. He actually maintains all of the radios that are out there. So it would be a matter of him transferring that database to the company so that then they can build out the technology.
Got you. And how long would this take, do you anticipate?
From what we had a meeting last month with MCM Technology, and it's kind of on our timeline, but anywhere from 2 to 3 months, and based on just stipulations and things that we want to see in Douglas County, because of course each county is kind of devise things the way they want to see it. So it would depend on what specifically we want to see, what data we want to be able to have access to. So it's kind of on us as far as our planning and everything.
Okay, so this will help you annualize yearly what cost, maintenance, and all those types of things will be. So
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm trying to get the overall bigger picture as to it. It's nice to track, but it's also good to be able to have reporting in dollars and cents.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
And it will also allow us to track just the number of work orders from which department. So it will definitely streamline our ability to manage and control these assets that are out there.
Thank you so much. Great job. With that, Madam Chair, I yield.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Carter. And if there are no further questions for Director Harley, we'll move on to the next item. But before we move on, you all mentioned it as we were speaking about just the radios and technology. In my mind, it sparked my interest into move into discussing reception of the reception along that 166 corridor. I noticed yesterday when I was driving, it was almost zero reception. I was just, and this may be a question for Chief, Fire Chief, how often are we conducting a reception assessment throughout the county? And I noticed Riverside and Fairburn drops also. Just something, if y'all could take a look at it. I know we have the Motorola E911 that we said 95% reception. I'm willing to challenge that right now. So can you tell me what you're doing in terms of an assessment throughout the county to see what our reception is like? And then when we find out it's zero reception, what are we doing to address it?
Basically, we have our different teams that's on in different areas that go out, and if they have to have a problem with transmitting or reception, we would coordinate that with our radio programmer as well as the 911, and we would deal with whatever issue we have. In general, there are times when there are issues that come up, and then, like I said, we'll address them right away because that communication is key. Director Harley, you have anything different to add to that?
What I will do is I'll have our radio systems administrator to go out to those areas just to assess and see what's going on.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair?
Mm-hmm. Please, Chair. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just real quick to that point. So again, the SPLOS, we dropped all this money on this D911 system. Now, Madam Chair, my question is: are you saying with your cell phone?
My cell phone, yeah.
Which is separate, but you'll clean me up,
Right.
or clean up this topic, because I'm like, those are two separate things. But it still made me think, like, okay, guys, I'm down here now. Yes, on Riverside. Yes, and I can't get to my intern. Yes, my phone keeps dropping. Yes, I get it. Are you telling me that if this big, very expensive E911 system doesn't have better reception than this, I have a real problem. That they shouldn't even be the same. You may not be 100%, but She better be way better than my little phone here. So, Commissioner Smith, you know, I'm going to yield, Madam Chair, because this, what are y'all saying?
Perhaps our chairman of technology can help me out. Maybe they're two separate issues.
Yeah.
I was just thinking if we have a person that in an accident or wants to fix
can I
it.
help?
I yield, Madam Chair.
Yeah, help me. Please, Commissioner, you can help me.
And I was just going to ask Ms. Harley too, though. So, but yes, that's a cell issue, and I don't think that's a 95 or 98 percentile that we got with Motorola and those guys when we put up the towers and all that good stuff. So, Ms. Harley, am I correct in that number? I know it was almost at 100% that we were getting from law enforcement, E911, and others from that transmittal setup, correct?
Yes, so our radio system tower sites are specifically for our public safety entities, and they are separate of cell phone coverage. And so we've not experienced any problems that either I or I believe Chief Joe Levette have come back to us as far as any issues as far as our public safety responders being able to talk to each other via the radio sites.
Right, and so that was the goal, Madam Chair. It was in reference to that. Now, speaking of cell sites, you know, Ms. Harley and I have had many conversations about maintenance that's forthcoming. I don't know if you're ready to speak to any of that when it comes to the maintenance of the Cobb layout and the layout we got with Cobb. And I know you guys are working toward what that could be and how we could offset some of these costs that we potentially will get down the road. Not right now, but I know there's some costs that Ms. Harley, that we've spoken about that's forthcoming that we could use or leverage some of the towers with some cells usage to actually offboard some of the costs that we're going to incur in the coming future. Are you ready to speak to that, Ms. Harley, or you want to still wait? Because I know this is real new and to new to these guys, but not to us.
I can definitely speak briefly to it, but it will be a larger discussion. With our radio system. We actually in 2020, of course, we cut over to our new radio system. In March of 2023, our warranty with Motorola will expire. Right now, we are on Cobb County's hub as far as the radio system, and it requires that we have a service user agreement. And so that service user agreement is basically an extended warranty with Motorola. However, with the county did build out those radio towers with the ability to have extra bandwidth with the cell phone companies. So with the big three, we have not explored that as a county, but that would certainly help to offset those costs of that extended agreement, that service user agreement with Motorola.
And those numbers, guys, are going to be coming our way soon, as stated. And we've talked about not this board, but Ms. Harley and I and others have spoken about some workarounds, I guess I'll call it, or some other options that could actually offset some of these potential costs that we're going to incur, not whether we like it or not, but it's part of the operations of those towers. But Ms. Harley, I'm assuming you're probably going to be taking that back to once you kind of get more details for the board and or hopefully to that committee level of E911 and others, that we can kind of have those conversations then to make sure that we're kind of getting ahead of this. Because how soon are we looking at this? Was it 2023 or 24 that you mentioned?
2023, actually March of 2023. So right now, we actually have TUSA, who was the consulting company that was hired by the county, speaking with Motorola on the pricing options for that service user agreement. And so they were offering at the time when it was brought before the work session in December of 2021, they were offering one price, and then there were three different agreements. There was a 2-year agreement, a 4-year agreement, and a 12-year agreement, which is very standard for Motorola. Those very lengthy agreements, because of course the longer the agreement, the more you save.
Right. Yeah. Right.
And so, and with that service user agreement, that will have to come from general funds because it can't be paid for with E911 fees. And so we've met with TUSA, and so right now they are speaking with Motorola, and I should have an answer soon as to when when there will be an expectancy as far as what Motorola comes back with. We've let them know that we are under a time crunch, and that this has to go before the board and the county attorney, and so they are aware of our time constraints.
And can you give just, I mean, as general as possible, a rough estimate of the numbers, 1, 5, 12-year deal, roughly, of what that expense could potentially be?
Yes, sir. Let me just pull it up. At the 2-year agreement, the cost would be $1,776,434.86 per year. The 3-year is $1,064,557.92 per year. And then at the 12-year, the per year cost would be $708,333.34. It does have it does come with an opt-out cancellation of $58,000, and there are some other things that are in place that would also protect the county and allow the county to opt out.
And the reason I wanted her to kind of share that, I know I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but thank you for doing what you just did. And so these guys can start thinking along that cost. We're part of a great system of COB, but there are some costs that we're getting ready to need to address. That's going to need and deal with for maintenance and everything else. However, to your cell phone problem, Madam Chair, that you're having, the thought was, as I shared with Ms. Harley, is can we look at, cell phone users, the AT&Ts and others, kind of renting out a portion of those towers that we've actually, erected ourselves. With that cost could be offset to some of this cost that we will deal with down the road. So just food for thought. I just wanted to kind of make sure we share that. I wasn't going to bring it up, but since you hit the cell phone side of it, I thought here's the perfect timing to kind of bring it up, though. So thank you again, Ms. Harley. Now that these guys are fully aware, and we'll look forward to kind of what you guys come up with and get the real numbers. I know these are rough numbers and rough estimates of what we got to deal with, but just understand that to this board, we will have to deal with this. I mean, there's no ifs, ands, and ors about it. We will have to deal with these numbers, whether it's a 1 year, 5 year, 12, whatever that is. Those numbers will come to fruition somewhere, like she says, sometime in 2023. So either the general funds, or we can offset these numbers by dealing with some of the cell phone tower usage, or renting out that kind of a space to offset that. And I don't think it'll fully absorb it all, but I think it'll be a nice offset. When you say, Ms. Harley, I think it'll be a decency and actually as opposed to coming straight from the coffer of the county coffer. So.
Yes, sir. And like I said, the towers were built out with the 3 major cell phone carriers in mind, to rent out that tower space. I know that currently in Fulton County, those 3 big cell phone carriers rent out some of their tower space, and it does certainly offsets the cost.
Yeah, and when you're doing your research and put it all together, can you look at some numbers for us? So when you do bring it forth, we can at least say, well, here's potential cost for AT&T on the tower, renting 1 or all 4 or whatever that they decide to kind of place or do a great placement, and letting them know that Madam Chair says she's got some bad coverage on one end of the county, that she needs better coverage. That might entice them to say, sure, we'll deal with that, though. So, but thank you again. I appreciate it, and I'll yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Mitchell. And the reason why I brought it to this the board's attention is I was actually speaking with my daughter, and as soon as I hit that 166 corridor coming from Boundary Waters headed back toward Chapel Hill. I lost reception totally, and I was in my mind thinking, you know, I'm always on the safety side and health side. I said, if someone is in a single car accident and needs to call someone, and then maybe it was just I have AT&T, maybe it was just my phone. It's a brand new phone, been upgraded. I was wondering how would they be able to even reach or either call E911 if they were still, you know, in a position or capacity to call, because there was no reception. And then when I finally hit Chapel Hill, it picked back up. So I was just saying, So Chief, thank you for answering my question. It sounds like our E911 with the Motorola component is good, but it's just maybe we need some more bandwidth on our cell phone towers. And maybe that's my cell phone. I'm not sure if anyone else has experienced that, but that's just a thought and concern in terms of safety. Okay, well, we will thank you, Commissioner Mitchell. Sounds like we have a plan coming forward. We'll go to tab number 20, approval of the second quarter ARPA technology projects as recommended by the Technology Committee. Director Benton Court, how are you?
I'm doing well. Good morning. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. So what we have here is the second quarter of the approved projects for the ARPA Technology Fund. These are the projects that have been approved by the Technology Committee and the board previously. The first quarter project that were approved later earlier on this year are completed and well on their way. We would like authorization to begin our quoting process and our contract review process before the second quarter project. As you know, the supply lines are thin, and the time of delivery for a lot of these equipments are extended beyond what we originally have calculated. So the sooner we get started on these projects, the better we can reach our goal of being completed by the end of the year.
I just have one brief question for you. Director, you said second quarter, so you're just saying not the second tier, because we haven't even received the second tier funding yet. So you're just saying I guess within the
second quarter for this year.
For the first tier?
Yeah.
Sounds good. Now you cleared my mind. Any questions, board? Okay, sounds like no brainer. Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to the next item, tab number 21, approval to award a unit price contract pursuant to the solicitation of 22-016 to Martin Marietta to supply gravel materials for road maintenance and in-house construction projects as needed during the FY 2022 to be funded from the Public Works budget, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. Director Valentine.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. This is another bid for materials out of Public Works. We assisted them in getting this item on the agenda, but it is actually Public Works. This is for their ongoing needs for in-house maintenance. This particular contract carries zero value, but it allows them to utilize Martin Marietta as they need gravel materials for maintenance of gravel roads and other construction projects. There were two bids that came in, and Martin Marietta was by far the lowest bid.
I'm on, Miguel. Sorry. Thank you for that. And I'm here to answer any questions. Like you said, GAB. Well, I did one example of GAB is what our most common used product in this unit price solicitation. I guess it's the one product we use the most of. So Martin Marietta's at $17.25 a ton, and the other bidder, I believe it's Giglio, Giglio. They were at $63 a ton. So 63 and 17, that was the only competition. We recommend 17, and it's close by. Any other questions?
Any questions for it? All right, sounds good.
Ma'am,
Oh, Commissioner Guyver.
what item are we on now?
Oh, 21.
21?
Mm-hmm.
It's Miguel's name there, and it's about road gravel. So why why is Director Coward?
Because it's going to be
it's
funded.
mine, ma'am. Director Miguel explained it when he first started talking, but
Okay,
he actually submitted it. He submitted it, and I kind of jumped in to field any questions or really take over.
Okay, I'm sorry. I must have walked in the kitchen or something. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm lost here. What are we talking about? So, so Miguel had to leave. Is that what you're saying?
No,
And so took over for him.
no, Miguel's here. I'm sure. He just since he submitted it to the agenda, so it was under his name, but it was.
But it is
doing me a favor.
For the road. It's for the roads, right?
It is for the roads, yes, ma'am.
Okay. I was going to ask Miguel a question, if he's still on. Miguel, did you ever find a vendor that can process the millings so that we can use them this year?
Actually, that question is also for Heath. He can address that.
Okay, Heath.
Ma'am, I'm sorry to say no. We haven't. The only lead we had was coming from a company called Crush It out of Florida, and they, after going back and forth a little bit, they decided it wasn't in their interest. They're just not enough.
Well, since I have most of the use of millings, I'm very concerned about this because we had promised that it was, that certain roads were in the coming down the pipeline to have these millings placed on them. And so now we've got to go back to all those citizens and tell them no, probably not this year. But when I was in Savannah, I was talking to a DOT official, and he said to contact him. I told him the problem we were having, to contact him, and he could help us.
Okay.
The vendor. I'll have to go back to my criteria to see what his name was, because this came up a couple of months ago. But I did talk to him, and he said get in touch with him. He could help you.
Well, that'd be great. I'll be happy to call him.
I'll pass his information down to you. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
These are very important in District 4.
I understand.
Because just otherwise you're going to be scraping the roads constantly, and you have to put something down to control the dust. We may have to go back to calcium chloride. Miguel, do you know what your plan B will be? or Heath, either one of y'all?
Plan B would be to use the gravel from Martin Marietta, GAB, to go back over it, and our guys work the roads, take out, it's not as good of an answer as using the millings. Everybody wants to use those. We have an abundance of them thanks to, your wishes and forethought. We've got a large amount, one here at the landfill, one at DOT stockyard, but
go ahead.
no one to grind it. That was something that I didn't think would be a factor. You figure people would want to work, and there was nothing leading it up to, hey, this may be hard finding a contractor until we contacted the contractors, and the one that was going to do it went out of business, and nobody else wanted to do it.
Have you checked with the other surrounding counties to see who they use?
Yes, ma'am. So Levon King, he's been, spearheading this and talking with other county correspondents and different peers across the county and really the state. And, that's what led him down to Florida with Crush It, but they're not willing to come up and work on this contract with the amount of roads we have. So we're
It
still
wouldn't be,
looking.
it wouldn't be cost effective to send them down to Florida anyway. Now, if
No,
they-
I'm talking about them come up here and grind it, so that they
Yeah.
have to come to us on location. They have to come to the pile to grind it. So, yeah, that's the problem. They're not. Made it sound like they were going to. That was our second option, but then they backed out. So, but we definitely, I will call this guy. You give me a number for, I'll call. We'll talk.
Okay. Because he knows all of the county.
Right. Okay.
All right. And I will. And thank you.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, I'm not happy though.
I know. I'm not happy to tell you that.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Go ahead. Thank you so much, Director Howard. Any other comments before I move on to 22? Okay, tab number 22 is authorization to award solicitation 22009 professional services for on-demand grant management to Landmark Consulting and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Director Amons.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I bring you a much awaited recommendation to move forward with Landmark Consulting for solicitation number 22-009 on professional services for grant management. This particular bid was held publicly. It was posted internally for Douglas County and also on the Georgia Procurement Registry. We had a total of 9 submissions for this particular solicitation. The evaluation team, including Jill, our current grant manager, assistant county administrator, Tiffany, several others. I apologize, I just drew a blank, but we sat down, they independently reviewed all of the bids, and so Landmark Consulting scored the highest. Again, we took all of the answers, they evaluated the answers independently, and from a weighted average perspective, Landmark scored the highest. And so we're asking for the board's approval to move forward with contracting with Landmark Consulting.
Thank you so much, Director Amons. Board of Commissioners, do you have any questions regarding this ask?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Commissioner Guider, you have the floor.
Thank you. Director Amons, is there a price tag on this, or is it according to how many they view or oversee?
Commissioner, currently there isn't a price tag. Grant management services are either they submitted bids according to their hourly salary, and yet we also know that some grants, like the federal grants, allow for grant management to be included as part of the grant services up to a particular percentage. And so our goal is for the funding to come out of particular grants where allowed. And so in awarding Landmark the contract to provide the grant management services, we are going to offer them, let's say, statements of work to work on individual projects. And so the funding would come out of either the grant and or a particular department's budget.
So it depends on the amount of the grant as to what percentage they will get?
It can be the amount of the grant and or the type of grant, right? Each grant is different as far as how those funds can be allocated. So some grants allow for contract administration to be allocated as far as the grant award, and then other grants do not. And so depending on the mix of the need for the grant manager on a particular grant, the funding will just be determined based upon the grant guidelines. So for example, ARPA, if we have them work on anything associated with ARPA, then there is the ARPA grant allows for funding for a grant manager. But let's say if it is a small grant, that was produced by the state, and we were awarded a grant by the state, and we need grant management, then that particular department will pay for it out of their budget.
So if the grant does not allow for the matching funds, it comes out of our budget. Is that what you're saying?
The current existing department's budget, but they have the ability, if they have the need for a grant manager. So we do have a grant manager on staff, right? We do have one. So it becomes a need in funding availability. The idea on the table was to identify a grant management company to help us facilitate knowing how many grants we have out there, the money, and to help with the submissions of documentation. So it's not for grant writing, it's just for the management of the particular grants.
So it's probably, they would probably be used mostly for the larger grants.
That is what I would conclude, the larger grants. But however, they're on staff for the smaller grants if the funding exists.
Okay. With that, I yield back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Commissioner Steiner. Any other comments? Okay. Did you say anything, Vice Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Director Amos. We saw you this morning and you're back here this afternoon. Hopefully you got lunch. All right, so with that being said, so again, to Madam Guider's point, let's be clear on what the intent of why we needed this type of partner. Go back to our transportation audit that we went through, that we recognized that we as a county are not that good at execution of large projects. It's time to advance, mature, whatever you want to call our execution. Let the past be the past, but it's not an indictment. It's like getting your report card as our students just did, and they realize, okay, I've got to go better. I may be a C or D, but I want to become a B or A. And so let's not make this a good versus evil conversation. We're not that good at executing large projects. So hopefully this group criteria is about maturity, their capacity not only to sort of scope out things, but also to oversee, keep up, etc. So yes, transportation would be important. The ARPA obviously would be important. Miguel, you can weigh in. This is where it actually began with transportation, the need for this, for oversight. And so I think the federal, so let's be clear. So if I'm looking at ARPA as a project, and to the point of how much potentially this costs, I know what ARPA allows us to put 10% aside for grant administration. Is that right, Tiffany Stewart Stanley, Madam ACA? Is that true? Madam ACA?
Tiffany, there you are.
Hold on 1 second. Yeah, Vice Chair, I will have to verify the percentage that we can go up to if there's a threshold, and I can get that information to you.
All right. So, duly notice, so whatever it is, whether it's 5%, let's just say it's 10% for the sake of the conversation. How much is our ARPA per year? It's what, 14 million per year, 28. All right, so this potentially be what, 2.8 million? Is that for just that project? Or is it for 2% of the $5 million transportation center happening? Let's be clear on what this is. Let's be clear that there is a statement of work that's billing that we're not caught. I would be actually clear that y'all get this. I'm fine with the project as good and rewarding, but the point is, y'all know how to structure this, right? And so at some point, let's say we use ARPA, and that billable rate got up to a point where, okay, it's going to cannibalize some of your other projects. So going forward, we're going to be fine. Overlaying this right now on top of like, okay, are y'all counting now? Show me that y'all get what y'all doing now. I'm very clear, like, okay, guys, we need this, but the cost is the cost. But I want to see that, okay, you know, that technology project list, that's why I'm saying, like, okay, y'all got room in there for this? Are y'all paying attention? So it's more of that. I'm fine with it as is. I'm curious, is there, I made my points. I want a single view of everything on federal grants. We've been talking about this for 2 years. All right, so we got a partner here that's going to help take us to another level. Got it. My next question then becomes like, where is, I've heard about the Excel spreadsheets and the applicants and the databases and access and all that. How are we going to pull this off? How are we going to keep up with, is there a technology play to this? In other words, this provider, do they have technology? And how will they import with our existing new world? Talk to me about their delivery. I get us. We're fine. We get it. We need the help. So whatever they bring to the table, they're going to bring confidence. They're going to help us manage through this. So we don't have to perpetrate that we got this. When the auditor comes in, like, y'all read this report. I know you guys see the who is it. So the question is, Director Amos, is somebody out there that can speak to how will they support us? Is there a technological play to this that we will benefit? And how does that now, transfer over into our system? I mean, in other words, at some point, I need data. Can you talk to that?
Yes. So I do not have readily the technology piece on how they're going to provide their services from a technological aspect. That was not written as part of the requirements for the particular grant, that there is a solution-based, cloud-based system that could be integrated into our current, into New Worlds. Now, do technologies out there exist? Absolutely. And so the question can be, do we as a county need to invest in technology, grant management, grant writing, technology that can be integrated with New World that we will own, and that it will definitely supersede any consultant that we have, and that we will maintain all the data, all the intellectual property. And so we can put out a solicitation, we can ask around, we can look for, we can mirror other counties or entities as far as their grant management software. But right now, our initial need was, do we have a company that can provide us some of the groundwork to help us give a bird's eye view? And I think we have that here with Landmark. We can ask for the report in a particular, or dashboard in a particular manner that is acceptable between both parties. We can include that in the statement of work. So again, we currently have the grants, we currently have the spend, but as far as the integration, seems to be something that we will have to put an RFP out for, or look for software that we own and we just let a grant management company use. Because remember, we're going to contract with them for a year. It is a relationship based. I guess we're going to a relationship base where, do they work with us? Do we work with them? And we can always look for another vendor next year if not. But with that being said, if we have the software, then we would own it, and it wouldn't matter who came in and worked for Douglas County.
Right, so let me, I don't want to say I'm comfortable with what you just said, because it somewhat runs contrary to what I thought was the outcome going to be. And it's listening to what the pain point of the board, a single view of everything. I'm going to say it again, and I will keep repeating. A single view of keeping up with this. Right? So I got it. The board has been given presentation by different firms regarding this particular matter, solutions that help us aggregate that we're not that good at this. So this sounds like, wait, what I'm hearing right now, okay, now it's going to be a two-step out. It's taken us too long to get our minds around, guys, we're exposed here. Now I was hoping that, I'm right, long awaited. So now I get to weigh in. Let me give my feedback. But that's not what this, I get it, but that technology is key. I'm like, okay, well, what are they going to be doing? I don't just need a grant manager. It was always about the data. It's always about the single view. It was always about how I'm spending my money right now, because they can't answer my question, even on the 14 million that we got from Laura. Okay, I got it, but because I'm like, okay, I just gotta pause for a minute. I'm not against what I'm like, I'm stunned. And I'm okay. And it's only, just a little let down. I mean, sometimes you have expectations. I have to set my own expectations. This is on me, guys. It's my issue. Don't worry. It's okay because I'm like, I'm trying to get the board to a place of, I'm trying to get the county to a certain place. I need a single view of everything. We need a single view. You can't tell me anything right now. So if I'm engaged somebody, look, I got to get on the table, man. I got to get 2 surgeries at the same time. If you're in there, get in there and deal with it. Grace. Again, you just came in. So this pent up that you're hearing, you're trying to process what we're saying. But we were very clear, single view of everything. How you don't get your mind around these grants that got us exposed? I believe you did read that original audit. Right? So even in that, just keeping up with all this, you don't get the program management, separate that. I'm talking about the grant administration. I'm talking about guys. If the feds come in here and knock us on the door, I'm in the room. Y'all know, like, y'all can't give me with confidence defending this, but y'all got this. We just experienced it. We ain't got this. We self-reported that, hey, and then we get in and realize where we were. So this is supposed to help move us along. And I think it's the first good step forward. But without the data, like, and we're supposed to be aggregating this stuff, and how are we going to be good, faithful stewards if I don't have no data? If there's no technological solution that's at a high enough level that is up here where we need as a board, not as a project. I think that's what we're missing out on. I need enterprise. That's what this was about. This was about aggregation, like a single view. Right? And so, my bad. That's on me, perhaps my own internal expectations. I'm not opposed to it. It sounds like that's where you wrote it, but it's like, but did they hear what we're trying? The board had objectives that they were trying to accomplish. So you have to measure what was written against what the objective was supposed to be, the outcome. What pain were we trying to satisfy? This one was important. Like, God, we've been given lots of. We're not that good at this. Like, if you got partners out there, get them in here. Like, let's move this along. It's not an indictment here. It's like, guys. So if there's some type of adjustment, I don't know. I'm going to pause on this. Not that I'm saying stop. I'm saying, okay, let me look at this and make sure I'm okay. Because in there, if you're saying, to your point, if you can add on to it, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's a matter of guidance point. Like, okay, based on what I heard her just say, but my point was like, you understand it? You know what this is going to cost? And we're okay. Just tell us, don't give us a small number. Paying like, no, we're trying to get here. And if it's going to take us 2 steps, that'll be fine. I'll give room for it. But acknowledge what we're trying to do. We're listening to what you present. But acknowledge where we're going. Acknowledge where we're going. So I'm okay with where you are right now. So you got to reconcile that. But I'm fine. But if we don't have a single view, then that defeated the whole point of the exercise. So get us there. That was my initial feedback. And obviously this is something that I was important to me. And not to overweight. This is not an overweighting. I'm just one vote. But I think it was important that make sure that, and maybe it's already in there, and it just needs to be re-emphasized inside of what was presented, and I'm okay. I think you're just hearing the passion of what we're trying to accomplish. And I'll leave it at that. All right, Madam Chair, I'm going to yield back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Vice Chair. You know what? I believe we have Dr. Henson on the line with us, and maybe she could provide some further clarity for you. Dr. Henson,
thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I also have Cedric Pippins on the line, who is truly our guy who manages all of our data. He's responsible for all our data. But Commissioner Robinson, not to worry. What we do is take all the systems, including your Excel spreadsheets, if you have those, and we combine all of that and give you a report. You don't have to come up with a new system today or tomorrow. You might want to do that from a year from now, but you don't have, we're going to take what you have today, everything that you give us. So whatever the fund that we're looking at first, let's say it's ARPA. The ARPA, we're going to look at all the funding that you get today. We're going to download whatever you have, into a system, and we're going to give you a report. And those reports can be broken down to the highest or the lowest level. It could be some for the commissioner, some for the chair, something for Ms. Tiffany, wherever you want to go and whatever you want to see. So you're going to get what you just asked for. Cedric, you want to jump in?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you guys for giving us the opportunity. Like Deborah said, when we proposed on this work, yes, dashboards, all that is included. We do that right now currently for the city of Atlanta. We've had 2 successful audits. All the information is stored on the dashboard, so you guys have the highest level of information, charts and graphs. Also, the programs that we're monitoring, you'll get insight to that. So it's all dashboard related, and how we would we could work out how we would integrate with current systems. Right now for the city of Atlanta, how we work is they didn't give us direct access to their financial systems, but what we do is we get data dumps and we import that information in. So we've been managing Opera and the CARES programs, and all the funds that's been obligated to each program, all expenses, all documentation, everything that's a part of that program, we've been monitoring that aspect, and it's all dashboard related. We were challenged when we first started the program with the old COO, Josh, and he wanted a dashboard. That's how we operate. We've been doing that for years. So we created the dashboard, we got approval, and we added all things that was necessary to report out on. We also managed all the CFO reporting to council. So we would handle that, and we understand, data is everything. That's how I operate. But there is a dashboard, I think. So if you guys wanted us to show it at some point, it's fine. But that is a part of our services, and that's the only way we can operate. And so we would take over all the systems, integrate data, and then talk to you guys, IT, about how and where you guys want things located. Currently, the dashboard I'm talking about for the city of Atlanta is in there and is housed on an internal system. So anyone a part of the program who needed access to that area can see the dashboards and get all the reports they need. And then all the documents related to these programs are stored on the city of Atlanta SharePoint. So we would talk to you guys about but all program data is housed on internal systems. So I heard the question about, longevity and documentation. When this program is over, you don't have to worry about that because we capture it, throughout the life cycle. We also report on that on the dashboard, how all the documents come in, what's outstanding, and we work with the procurement and those people to get all the information. So we have all that, and I'm happy to show it to you guys whenever you guys want to take a look.
All right, so thank you for that, Madam Chair. Now I feel much better because this is what was important. It was about data. So here's the question: I'm going to use the ARPA as an example. You have that project scope of work in there, and then we got a transportation for that. And what about other federal grants that you may not manage? So is the goal here to naturally, and this is back to my procurement officer, is this just for single projects, or are they, in my mind, if you're going to get a single view of everything, it's a single view of what you're managing, or a single view of all my federal projects?
It's everything we're managing. Whatever you tell us or provide as our scope of work, everything will be housed. All data, you'll have data across all programs, not just one. It's all programs, all dashboards, all type of reports. So it's just not one type of program. It could be FEMA, it could be CDBG, it could be whatever program you're asking us to manage and report on. We'll have a report, a dashboard report with information you need.
Right. So if my judges, those guys on the judge side got some from the Department of Justice or wherever, or our sheriff got money from the whatever projects or whatever. I'm just making this up. You would be able to give me by category, okay, this is for this, this is for this, this is for this. Here's my overall spend. I mean, I'm just, you know what I'm saying? I'm asking for a dashboard. I'm not trying to design your scope of what you do, but do you hear what I'm trying to accomplish? I need a single view of everything.
Yes, I totally understand what you're saying. So that would be a different area for each source or type. And then we will break it down into the different programs we're managing under that source of funding. And then if we have to keep going lower, we'll just keep going lower. So we can create or do whatever is necessary, is what I'm saying.
Right. And you'll keep up with my burn rate and how we're spending our money, how it's going down.
Yes, sir.
Go in and check on it. See, now you know where I'm going. My job is like, okay,
Yes, sir.
I want a
Yes,
moment
sir.
in time. What's my burn rate?
Yes,
How's
sir.
this thing working out? Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We've assisted in many ways. Our goal is not to put any additional burden on you guys, to take burden off. And so we get in and we ingrain ourselves within your processes, and we just do all the grunt work and all the lower level work and report up all types of issues, things that we find, and we report back to the grants accounting or accounting issues we found. So we become ingrained in the system. And again, so the whole goal is so you guys can manage programs and have transparency, at the same time be prepared for future audits. So that's our goal across all programs.
I got you. So like our financial advisor came in and helped our director of finance strengthen on our financial side. You're going to come in with our director of Jill Hopkins on our grant and help tighten all this thing up, which we're going to tighten up. So is there a methodology behind this? There is going to be a trainer. It ain't just, you said integration. You are going to work with us. You're going to come be part of the team. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, sir. You will be a part of the team. And yeah, that's our job, is to work with grants accounting or finance. And we've done that successfully, where we found some things and we cleaned them up. We report back and say, here's some things that's off. We found some stuff that should have been funded this way. We found stuff that didn't hit the code, the right function activity code. We reported up those issues. We assisted with the right documentation to support that, so finance can go out and do what they need to do to make the right reconciliation. So we do all that throughout the life cycle, and we report up. So that's what we've been doing. And, if you guys wanted to take a look in the future, I could definitely take you in and show you some of the things we've been doing. But yes, we will definitely become a part of the team, and not to change any of your internal processes unless we feel like some of them need to be, and we'll make that recommendation. But our goal is to get in, understand how you operate, and then, just create systems and processes across that, and then set up internal controls for cost reporting, monitoring, and compliance. Yes, sir.
That sounds good. Okay, so you did good. Thank you very much. Director Amos,
yes,
she
sir.
was part of the team for evaluation that you guys went through?
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Yeah, that's okay. Who was the team that was part of the evaluation? The original, whoever responded to it?
Assistant County Administrator Tiffany, Jill, Grant Manager, Jason, EMS Director. I'm sorry.
That's three. That's who the team was. That's the team.
No, there was and Rosalind Miller, Finance Director, and oh gosh, please don't kill me. One last person. And I apologize. I can't remember off the top of my head. Give me just a moment. But it were 5.
Right. No problem.
Teresa Gordy with accountability courts.
All right. The judges. All right. Look, you guys you had a great representation of everybody around the room. Thank you. So my last thing, and I will yield. So Director Jill Hopkins. So since you were part of the evaluation, this is important. This group will obviously be there to make you look great, subordinate into your function. So what do you think? Do you think that they heard me? Do you think they're going to accomplish what the board needs as a single view? What's your take?
Commissioner Robinson, I have worked tirelessly to get your single view, and I'm close. And the piece that I'm missing is that software piece to put it all into a presentation that will meet exactly what you want. So I'm very excited to work with Landmark, and hopefully we can get that to you and give you a present of all the grants. I have everything. I just need a software to put it into. I will tell you that Tyler Technologies, through our New World system, has a grants management component. I've talked with IT about this, but we were kind of waiting on this RFQ process to go through to see if what our options were.
Right. So, but as relates to your point, this recommendation you guys are putting forth will give us a single view. The integration with New World, y'all will take care of that. I mean, like I said, first things first. Does it get us there?
It will get us there.
That's what Well, if you're excited, that's what I want to hear because again, your voice matters. And I know you've been working in the background, so now you get to come forward. Now here you are. If you're saying that no, it will help you if you one step moving forward, I'm fine. I need it right. I need those people who have historically heard me. That they I just need to hear. Y'all had to tell me. No, we're there. And it wasn't to be defensive at all. So I think you guys have done a great job. I'm fine. Director Amos, thank you so much. Again, you're feeling something that was more historical, but it was important because for the greater good of the county, we need to get this right. And it's not that we're against it. We're not that. We're giving you resources. We're giving you people. So it's like, we just make sure we got the right solution on the table. All right, Madam Chair, that's it. I yield back. You're almost at the end.
Okay, just wanted to add one. I think we mentioned finance, which when you mentioned Director Amons that Rosalind Miller was on the part of the committee as well. Wanted our chief financial advisor to weigh in and just speak to the importance of that finance component as it needs to have interface with this project management team. So, David Corbin, are you on the line, Dr. Corbin?
I am, yes, ma'am, and thank you. Thank you for allowing me a minute to speak. I've had an opportunity to listen to the discussion. I just want to make sure for Commissioner Robinson's sake that we, the grants management process is in fact a sub-process of something else that we've been working on. So I think we're going to get to where you need to get to, but I think the bigger picture is how do we link all of this up with our capital improvement process, financial accounting, all of that has to be integrated into. So when you speak about a single view, it's integrated, right? And that's what we've been moving toward for the last couple of years. So I just wanted to make sure that you understood that finance will be heavily a part of it, and we're going to have to tie all of this together as we move forward, right? To make better decisions, to give you the information to make higher quality decisions as we get this stuff done. So we will be at the table dealing with this stuff directly, some through finance, and I'm sure there will be others involved as well through the process.
Understood. Well stated. That's why I acknowledged you earlier. I didn't know you were on the call, but I knew you guys eventually would come to the table and to tie the money all together. But we're good. I'm fine. Madam Chair, thank you for that.
No problem. I see Tiffany Stewart Stanley. Your hand is raising. If you need
No, Chairman, thank you. I was just going to add the information that everybody else added, and so that was just pretty much it. That we're working to put together an integrated plan, and one of the reasons why we have not obtained software is because we wanted to wait and get the grants management team on board before we move forward with any purchase of software or any or anything like that. So we're working diligently to have a plan together, and we should be able to hopefully come back to the board in about 2 or 3 months and give a report of our grant implementation plan and where we are in that process at that time.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you so much, Assistant County Administrator. Vice Chair, I hope we eased your pain a little bit. Maybe we get in the right direction. All right. If there are no other items regarding our actual work session agenda, we're going to move to some discussion items quickly. And I ask if my board could just be brief. Douglas County Fire Station, Station 9, Roderick B. Jolivet. Chief, you have an update for us.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, Board of Commissioners, our executive team, to the citizens. Thank you for allowing us to serve you. Basically, we just want to bring an update to a previous discussion we had about the Douglas Hill Fire Station, Station 9, which is have some exciting news this morning. The architecture firm did the site survey work and everything, and the property is more than equipped and able to handle a 4-bay station, and that goes into what we're doing as far as longevity, looking out for our citizens, also for that area, industrial area, as well as the residents over there. So the good news is that we already are planning, anticipating on the cost of everything going up, and we're able to handle it, sustain it within our allotted budget for our SPLOST portion. And the only thing we had to do was pause our spending when it came down to getting an additional ladder and 2 engines. But we are in a good position to handle the anticipated inflation cost, which is about $450 a square foot, which would be an additional 2.6 million. So we're in good shape. Just wanted to bring it back to the board, to the community, let them know that everything is in place. The architecture firm is now moving forward with the design of the 4-bay station. And with that, I'll entertain any questions that the board may have on that project.
Thank you, Chief, for the update. Board, any questions regarding the plan of action regarding Fire Station 9?
Yes.
And how we're planning, and it certainly is the fire and EMS chairman. We've pulled a plan together to deal with the inflation. We believe it will work just as we pace ourselves. So, Vice Chairman, you sound like you had something to add.
No. The answer to my question was right. A decision was made. Sounded like there was some unassuredness in previous meetings and conversations regarding this project, which was on the list. I had expressed some concerns and some sort of offered up, like, watch your spending. It sounds like now we are definitively not back down to maybe 3 versus 4, but we are definitively 4. And who made that decision which it was always 4, but okay, I got destabilized. Y'all did run through a committee, and I'm fine with that. And evidently you've authorized the architect to move forward as part of the project. So I guess, can I get either Terry or David to give me more of a financial break? I won't have to do it now, I'm sure it's been a long day. You're the one that makes these agendas, Madam Chair, so long. I mean, you're asking us to rush and stuff, but you put it all in. We're going to weigh in now. Our job ain't supposed to be sitting here and say yes.
Yeah.
Okay. But I get it. I respectfully understand it. But I'll take that offline, Madam Chair, but I'm fine. And Chief, thank you for the update. You called me offline, so you're okay. You were accountable, and I appreciate what you do for us. Thanks, sir. Madam Chair, I'm good.
All right. Everybody else good for it? Before we move on to the next one, which is tab number 24, which is the Douglas County online bidding platform. And Tanya Amos, the director, if you could just give us a brief update.
Yes. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, and the general public. Currently, when vendors submit solicitations, and I'll speak briefly, solicitations, it is done via paper. And so, as discussed with the grant professional services for grant management bid, there are 9 different sheets of paper. And so I would like to bring to the Board of Commissioners the ability for Douglas County to move to an online bidding platform. I do have a few slides to present, but I have gone out and looked at 2 companies, one called BidNet and the other one called Bonfire. We actually, BidNet, the slides are up, is one that I presented to the Procurement Oversight Committee, and they were established in 1994. And so just from a highlight perspective, the bids will be electronic. Vendors will be able to submit the bids. We set the time for when the bids will close. And so once the bids are closed, we have an audit perspective as far as who bidded, the bid closed, so no one can submit after a particular deadline. That allows us to then download bid submissions and send them to the evaluation team versus having to cart around, notebooks and paper clips and files and things of that particular nature. So it moves us really into 2022, where a lot of things are done electronically. And secondly, we get a lot of open bid requests. And because we get a lot of, not open bid requests, but open records requests, this will save our team from taking the documentations and copying them. And so an online bid submission just allows for synergy across departments. It allows for a one-stop shop where the solicitations come in. We're asked a lot of questions about bids. We're asked for a plan holders list. And right now we just don't have the ability to do so. The plan holders list is just the companies who downloaded the bids, and that system will allow us. I am recommending BidNet for the online bid submission because the initial module is free. It's free for Douglas County. It's not an out-of-pocket cost, and I can get started as soon as tomorrow. Some counties around the area that currently use BidNet will be Fulton County, City of Douglas County, and many others. If you can just go to the next slide. And this is, of course, a snapshot from Fulton County, but this is what it looks like. This will be our own landing page. We'll have our own name and logo. And so what happens is when a bid goes out, the notification is sent to all of the registered bidders, just like the Georgia Procurement Registry. This is not a replacement for the Georgia Procurement Registry. Georgia Procurement Registry is required by law for all public works bids over $100,000. However, I tend to post all of my bids out there. But it is run by NIGP codes, and so vendors will register. It is a free registration. They'll be notified when there's a change to a bid. When there are questions, vendors can ask questions in the bid system. I can answer them in the bid system. Currently now, questions are submitted via email and they get lost. So every time there's a change to a bid, the vendors are automatically notified. And that cuts down on them calling my office or sending an email when they receive the notification. And they can go in, log in, and see what changes occur. If you just go to the next slide, please. And the next slide just shows, again, no fees to the county or the vendors. Some other platforms, vendors can pay to be on the list. We don't have that. It includes, like I said, matching solicitations to the vendors. And I believe as a director, it's just going to move us in the right direction. We would have one view, we would have history. So if someone says who bid last year, who bid this year, we will have that information. So we will know if vendors are actually bidding, and if the same vendor bids all the time, then we will have the proof, I guess, for audit to show that this was the only one that submitted a bid. It's all electronically, and all of that data is saved. And so I would like to seek the board's commission to move from a paper system to an online electronic system.
Thank you so much, Director Amos, for your 21st century approach. Certainly, this board is very forward-thinking, and BioNet Direct, I know, and certainly BidNet Direct. I know Commissioner Carthen is instrumental in her wheelhouse is technology, so this is very appreciative. I'm appreciative of this, the conversation, because we really need to move ahead of the curve here and just take a better approach, because technology is just the new way. It's the way. You can't continue to work on paper. I think the other, what was the other company? It was Fire,
yes.
They want us to burn the paper, and that's what they're saying in a nice way. Okay. Okay. So I just wanted to commend the executive cabinet for your critical thinking skills that you have been bringing forth lately, and certainly I hope the board appreciate you all thinking outside of the box and not just doing the same old thing. And this is the way we've done it in the past. Again, like I say, Amanda Gordon said, what was will never be. And you all are proving that, because you're just not coming in and taking these positions and just sitting. You're thinking. You're trying to find out how can we compete. Best practice. You're looking at best practices and what will make us competitive. So thank you, Director Amos. I appreciate the conversation. Board of Commissioners, any feedback on this system? She said it's, and I know free does not excite this board, but it sounds like we turn the light switch on tomorrow. Commissioner Carpet, any input? I know you are the chairman of Purchasing Oversight. Can you give us, tell me how you feel?
I think you hit my sentiments on the head, and I am excited as we talked about this in the Purchasing Oversight Committee. And I asked Ms. Amos to please bring this forward so that the entire board could hear this, so that we, this is a benefit not only to us, but to those vendors who we're looking to do business with. A lot of times vendors don't do business with us because we're still doing paper while everyone else is doing it electronically.
Mhm.
And it can hinder them at times. And then also, today we had several vendor questions come about, right? So this gives transparency and opportunity for us to actually allow for the full board to see what's happening, right? And so I think this is just a win-win for the county, and I'm hoping that my other commissioners are in favor of us moving towards this position. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Parker. Any other remarks, Paul? Okay. Sounds like a plan. What are you asking, Director Amos? You're asking about the light switch today? Is that what you're
Yes,
presenting?
I'm asking for the light switch to move to an online bidding system. Again, the initial platform that gives us everything that we know we need today is free. There are other modules, if we think we need them in the future, that do have a cost associated with them. But as for today, I believe that I can get started with the free module of posting bids, receiving bids, and being able to download and evaluate bids. And so I would like to move forward, if approved, to switch from paper to online.
Madam Chair.
Vice Chair.
All right, so again, you got the first procurement officer. You got to spot her. I asked her, we put this on the agenda tomorrow as an administrative item. If you're not going to bid this, and this is something that you're bringing forth that's going to obligate us to sometime in the future, put it on the agenda tomorrow as an administrative item. And I'm sure you can call it, administrative concurrence, however you want to do it. Talk to you guys, figure this out. But no action can be done here during the work session. But this is something, because you're going to obligate us to it, and because of the importance of it and how it ties, it needs to be done through some type of, whether it's administrative resolution or even if it's not a vote. So just make sure y'all clear that up for tomorrow. So since you're moving from a discussion, so just here, she doesn't know, we're taking this discussion, we're going to make it formal tomorrow. Madam Clerk, you get this? Going to put it on the administrative item. Can you make sure you put a spot for this, please? Or Sherry, or who's ever up to deck.
Lisa, I see you. Lisa, you still there? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, you got it.
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair, I'm good. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. All right.
I'm beginning to learn this executive cabinet quite well. I say, are you asking for something? Yes. Yeah. But I've asked them to give the board something to say yes or no to. So I appreciate that. So thank you. We'll place it on the agenda tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. And then next we have, and it's almost like here, LMIG resurfacing program. Who is presenting that?
I'm gonna take it up with Miguel, Madam Chair, if you don't mind.
Okay, so that's okay. It's offline. Yeah. Okay.
No. We're gonna bring this up here now.
You want it right now?
Saying who? So I sponsored it as an agenda item for discussion. Director Valentin brought something to me. So likewise, and Madam McCarthy from the 3rd District brought forth the purchasing oversight. The purchasing officer, I'm bringing forth the Director of Transportation. Likewise, can we let Director Valentin bring this forth, Madam Chair?
Yes, absolutely. He is ready to go. Director Valentin, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Well, we had put out for bids the resurfacing program for 2022, and the bids came in much higher than we had anticipated. We had a budget, we were looking at a neighborhood of 6.1 million, and the bids came in slightly under 10 million, 9.8. And so I took this item to the Transportation Committee for discussion and reached out to all of the commissioners to see if we could get a reduction in the mileage that we could contract out to keep us on budget. However, there could be other ways of addressing this, and I've had discussions also with various commissioners, and so here we are. The bids came in a lot higher. One of the driving factors for that is obviously supply chain, material shortages, staffing issues, but also there's a lot more work out there, and so the contractors are just not as hungry as they otherwise would be. So we have to figure out moving forward whether we whether the board is willing to pare down the number of roads, the mileage, and the dollar associated with it to bring it within the available budget, or whether there's another way to move the process forward. So I'll stop there and leave it open for discussion.
All right, so to that point, thank you, Miguel. So just for the record, so we did bring this up to the Transportation Committee. Director Valentine was given instructions to go out to each of my fellow peers that asked him to, all right, here's your budget. Give us some roads to cut. We all have about the same amount of road mileage, give or take, on any given year. We've been doing this for a long time. It's the only area where we pretty much equal. No responsiveness. Okay, or not in an adequate way, like, okay, Miguel, we're getting behind in resurfacing season. Okay, it is June. We ain't started yet. Guys, Miguel put this on the agenda so we get it right attention. It'll take 2 months to even get through from right now. You're in August. You only got what, November? Right, so it's the tentacles. Right? So we got to make 2.8 million. You cut the roads. We're going to spend 2.8 million from somewhere else. There is no more. You can't pull forward from your SPLOS. You got to pull that forward to this current year. There is no future for this. So, the question becomes, what will be your funding source for 2.8 million? Take it out the general fund, your fund balance, or the capital infrastructure fund. There's only two sources to pull this down right now at this moment. But for every week that you delay, right, you're blowing this. Now, I'm going to leave it at that. I know it's important. We know that there's a lot of, I'll use me transparently. Most of the funding for District 2 went into subdivisions. The Brookmonts, the Great Thorns, the Mount Vernons. Yeah, I would have had to sacrifice if y'all don't cut back. You guys have life decisions to make regarding your area. And the whole point was that can't do everything. Let's get started. But again, recognize that there's not enough money to give it all that transportation and stuff. But still, let's show good faith. But make a decision. So, Miguel, do you have options for the board to discuss right now as far as that $2.8 million? Can you give them something to think about? You don't have to make a decision today, guys. You got till tomorrow, but you got to make a decision. You will either cut or you will fund. You got to go now. Miguel, can you help them understand the topic a little bit more regarding the money? Or if you talk to Director Miller or somebody who's here to help support?
Certainly, I mean, essentially, when I reached out to them, I sort of highlighted what the options are. It would take, based on the numbers, the bids that came in, it would take about 2 miles reduction per district, so total about 8 miles or so, to get us within budget. And so that is one option. If each commissioner is willing to reduce by 2 miles or so, then that gets us there. Other than that, the only other couple options is either, again, as Commissioner Robinson indicated, find additional funding sources, or you can always throw out the bids and try again. Now, the option of doing that has a timeline associated with it, and a likelihood that that will cause a reduction in the bid is not there. Actually, things get more expensive the longer you wait. Of course, we can always go back out with a reduced list, but to get us there is sort of where we are now. So those are the options.
Right. And one final option, Madam Chair, before I allow the peers to weigh in, is that do nothing. All right. So you can, it won't just pause this year. Right? I mean, you've already played forward or pulled forward. What if we do nothing? We just saddle it, right? I mean, obviously, we've got other considerations that will be coming up regarding how will we deal with capital and infrastructure in the future. Knowing you got a $773 million clip, that's in just get a good repair. This is just normal resurfacing. You need to think about it. I'd love to hear you guys' input on this. We're going to just be short term. We're going to look holistically at this. There is a cost. It's not a splosh. Fund balance. I mean, it's all general fund, guys. Regardless, I don't care what account you pull it from. It's that. Right? So I yield, Madam Chair. Director Valentine, you did a great job. And since you've already talked to all of them, this is supposed to be a public conversation. That's all I'm trying to do, guys. Make sure we're in the public with this. There's no emails back and forth when that's appropriate. This is out in the front. How y'all gonna handle this? So, Madam Chair, I yield. See what everybody else has to say.
Thank you. For any remarks and one way in. Commissioner Guider. Commissioner Guider, you have the floor.
Thank you. Miguel,
Yes, Commissioner.
you and I talked about another funding source that is possibly coming down the pipe. Is that still in play? It's from the state or federal funds coming down the pipeline.
Yeah, if you're referencing the infrastructure bill that was passed, and there potentially are additional dollars coming down, that is a potential source, but the timing is not quite there, because we would need to make a decision on this to be able to accomplish it fairly soon, as opposed to whenever, once the allocation is made for the different buckets on the infrastructure bill, then the mechanics and the protocols for applying and all, are going to take some time to go through.
But I thought we talked about adding those 2 miles back in that request for the funding from the state. Is that not what we talked about?
Yeah, certainly.
In other words, we can resubmit for that.
Yes, certainly that would be an option, but again, initially you have to make the reduction and then avail yourself of other potential funding sources to make up the difference.
Well, Commissioner Robinson asked you what a plan could be so we had talked about this, and I was surprised you did not bring up the possibility of adding the 2 miles back once we get the funding from the state, from the governor's office. It's coming down.
Yes, I was giving you the opportunity, Commissioner, since you were the mastermind of that one. I figured you would bring it forth.
Well, so you are saying that it is possible that there may be some funding coming down, and it would probably be this year, right?
The funding most likely would be identified by this year, but from a practical matter, getting it dispersed through the application process, we would be looking most likely at next spring for any of that funding.
But if we got that funding, we could add these 2 miles back.
Yes, if we get additional funding from that source, we can add it.
We'll deal with next year in next year's budget.
Correct.
Okay. So it's kind of a plan B, right?
It would be.
Now, we do know that we're going to get some funding, right? We don't know when, but we know we will get a piece of the pie, so to speak.
Yes, Commissioner, the expectation would be that we would be potentially getting additional funding, but there's no guarantee. So if you're asking me to guarantee we'll get additional funding, I'll beg off of that one, because I can't guarantee it, but there's a good likelihood that we would.
Okay. And another thing, will each commissioner be able to cut the 2 miles out of from their district allocation?
Each district has a total of about 6 miles or so. So everybody has the opportunity. Now,
we're looking at mileage, but in reality, it's the dollar value that we're trying to pare down. So, I'd be happy to have a discussion with any of the commissioners specifically about which roads would make sense, for example, in my mind, may not make sense in your mind.
I would want to be involved in my district.
Certainly. Yeah, that would be the expectation, that each district commissioner would, we could have a discussion about, we could remove these roads that add up to approximately 2 miles, and that would get us.
Yeah, we would have to have it'd have to be a joint meeting, because you would have the calculation per road and the cost per road. Whether is it cheaper to do a long road or a little road, like a subdivision? It's
Generally cheaper to do a subdivision because there's two types of roads when you talk about a long road. The longer roads tend to be arterials or major collectors. They're usually wider. So even though the mileage might be the same, there are more lanes typically. And so it would be more expensive. So to give you sort of a roundabout answer to your question, if you wanted to get to the reduction that we need quicker, you would look at the longer roads that are collectors or
the worst roads, and you can tell us the worst roads.
I certainly can.
Okay. Well, I look forward to meeting with you on this. Thank you. And with that, I yield back. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Adam. Commissioner Carthen, you have anything?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mhm.
Director Valentine, so I know we spoke last week in regards to this, and my thoughts about it were, I hate to cut roads in my district, because there are so many roads that I get requests from constituents about, when will you be able to pave my roads? My roads haven't been paved in 10 years, 20 years I've lived here. And so, of course, I send those requests to you, and you always get me back the information that I need. And so I hate to try and cut roads, because they're on there for a reason. They need to be paved. And the longer we wait, we just compound things. That's just my take on it. So can you express to us the timeline? Will all of this money be spent this year? And to Madam Guider's point, if some may be coming down the pipe, I know it's no guarantee, but if something may be in the pipeline for the counties to receive, then if we receive it, we can use that in correlation to what you're asking us for now. So if you can just talk about the timeline of the spending. Is it all this year? Is it some that will be taken over into next year that we can incorporate?
Yes, I'd be happy to address that. The sense is, based on how busy the contractors are, that they would be hard pressed to complete the work this year. Typically, that is our goal. And so the earlier in the year that we award the contract, the better chance we have of doing that. But this year, based on the competition out there, the workloads, my sense is that if we can get a contractor under contract and get them to start in late August, that would be quite an accomplishment. I'd be looking at sometime in September, and perhaps there's every likelihood that the program, being close to 25 miles, that it would spill into next year to get it completed.
Thank you for that. And so, Chairman Jones, I don't know, I know you sit on the Transportation Committee with Vice Chair Robinson, but what is your take on this? Do you think we should cut, or do you think we should go ahead and push the bullet? I mean, inflation and the cost of everything doesn't seem to be going down. I'm just afraid if we keep holding out and cutting roads, we're only doing ourselves and our constituents a disservice. So just like to hear your thoughts on this.
Well, the good thing, Commissioner Carthen, is the exciting news about the infrastructure. The bipartisan infrastructure bill gives us a blanket of relief and hope, which Director Valentine just mentioned, that the money is coming, and it sounds like timing is really not an issue because it sounds like even if we did move forward with some streets now, it sounds like it's going to roll into next year. We do have some pipeline of funding that's waiting in the wings, and certainly I'm pushing at ARC because that funding is going to come through resources, as I mentioned earlier this year. It'll be MARTA, I believe ARC is one, and there's one more.
Probably ATL.
Yeah, ATL. So those are the three, but ARC, I believe, will handle this bipartisan infrastructure funding. So I think we have a solution in place. It's just, it sounds scary, but to look at a list now and determine which streets are the worst, in my opinion, would be the best route to go at this particular point, knowing that we do have some money that's going to offset it. It's coming, rather than to take a deep dive in the general fund. That's just my opinion. Because if we didn't have the bipartisan infrastructure bill, I would be just like you. I would just say, no, we just got to think outside the box and go in a different direction.
So, Madam Chair, do I hear you saying you think we should go ahead and keep the 2 miles on there instead of letting, or 8 miles instead of letting each district commissioner cut?
Well, I think in order to get started, we need to shrink it because he said he can't. The 9 million is just. I mean, I'm sorry, whatever. The bids are coming in around 9 million, but right now I believe we have 6. But if you say, because I think what we want to do now, in my opinion, is to get the project rolling, and then you can always, even those streets that we decide that are not as bad as others, and really in terms if you categorize them or rate them. It may not be as bad, but he's saying when this, I'm assuming you're saying, Director Valentine, when the money comes in, we can just pick them up and just add them to the list. Is that what you're?
Yeah, certainly it would be 2 separate contracts potentially, but if not, we can roll them. If we're still active with the one contract, when the funding becomes available, then they could be added back to that contract.
Right. So I hope I answered your question, Commissioner Carter. That's just my opinion.
So I get it. So are we saying go ahead and cut, and if funding comes in, then roll these back in, or are we saying go ahead and pick it up because we know that we will have funding that is possibly coming in? Because again, my whole psyche is to not cut any roads from the list. At least that's my thought. And we can also use the next SPLOST. I know we haven't talked about a T-SPLOST yet. I know that's been floating around and we haven't talked about it. But a T-SPLOST will really help with some of these conversations that we have with Director Valentine if we had one on the books, but we don't. So here's where we are right now. And so with the next SPLOST that may be coming in, we could possibly pay ourselves back. And here's the other thing. Will the contract price be the same if we do 2 separate contracts, Director Valentine? So if we cut the 2 miles and then we add them back later, will that vendor agree to the same price that he did for the roads?
Well, I'm glad you brought that question up because essentially for us to cut the 8 miles out of the 25 or so is actually beyond the threshold that they are obligated to honor their unit pricing. So we could run into a situation that even just removing the 8 miles, they may ask for a different price. Now, generally there's an incentive for them to stay in the contract, but there's always the potential. So from a legal standpoint, we could not hold them, not only in the future if we removed them and added them back potentially, but if they do not want to be bound by this contract with that level of reduction, then they can actually say no, we don't want to do it, and we would have to throw out the bid. The typical threshold is 20%, and removing 8 miles out of 24, just for simple math, is about 35%.
So we run the possibility of losing the pricing altogether. And you said one of the highest bids came in at almost double what we thought. So this is really something we need to really consider. You know, either taking it from the capital project fund, either looking at SPOS to reimburse us, or either just taking it out of the general fund and pushing it, because these roads are important to our constituents. It's one of the only things really that they get a chance to experience every day. And we all know from the beginning, we were commissioners of roads, right?
Mhm.
So roads and bridges. So that's one of our main obligations to our constituents is to pave their roads and to keep and maintain the roadways as best we can with the funds we have. So my opinion is to not cut the 2 miles and to utilize the funding that we know is possibly coming down the pipe and looking at possibly reimbursing ourselves. That's my opinion. Thank you. I give the floor.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Carpenter. On the reimbursement of the potential SPOS, if that's approved, if we did move dollars out of the general fund today, could we utilize those dollars to reimburse the general fund if the SPOS was approved? I believe, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Can those dollars that we were utilizing, if we decide to go forward today, and it can't be done, I see your head, Commissioner Tiger.
I would say ask Mr. Is Mr. Corbin still on the line? I would say ask Mr. Corbin in regards to.
Oh yeah, he's still on the line. Mr. Corbin, are you still on the line?
Yes, yes, ma'am. I think the answer to the question is yes. I believe it is yes.
Okay. Yeah, and that's fine. It's simply for an optics appearance. If you know that's something you want to move forward. I agree. The roads need to be done. My subdivision is crying out loud, and I know you were my district commissioner, and I was thinking about you the other night. I said I wanted to make a phone call. Those roads in my subdivision are about 22 years old, so I'm not trying to refute that these roads don't need to be paved by no means. I just want to make sure that if we touch that general fund, we have a solution to refill the piggy bank, just as a temporary solution, just to allow us to move forward. But as Miguel did mention earlier, he said we can move forward, but those roads, all of them won't be paved this year anyway. But still, it gives its perception that we are going to keep moving and not shrinking our money or a pot of money to address roads. So either or. To answer your question, Commissioner Carpenter, if it's reimbursable, I'm okay.
Madam Chair, I know Commissioner Mitchell, I'm wondering if he's available.
Yeah,
to hear his voice, but think about, I'm talking cash flow. You got a general fund. Don't impact my cash flow, but I'm okay. I get it. The public has told us through a strategic planning process that this is part of their portfolio. This is our normal operation, guys. Our normal resurfacing, our normal maintenance. And when we sit on that type of cash, and I know, I appreciate the discussion. I'm listening. Okay, but what are we gonna do? And it's great as a conversation piece, and it's about timing and stuff. This one ain't hard. You almost gotta. I think that's what I'm trying to okay, everybody take a position. You have money, regardless. You're not broke. You can handle a $2.8 million hit. It's this important. Yeah, we want our subdivision, but I don't see your subdivision on the list. Take a position, guys. Because Miguel said, okay, while y'all going round and round the soccer ball, we're running out of time. It would not matter regardless of the things that we think we're saying and we're being judiciary about. It's it's the cost of time value of money.
Mm.
Right, so
I just had one question.
Hold on, Madam Chair. Hold on. So again, guys, this is something that I'm gonna give to Miguel, Director Valentine's point. He asked y'all. We're running out of time. I'm sort of surprised, okay, and I know y'all all busy. Guys, it's June. We're just not doing flowers. We're just not doing roads. It's the speed of our decision making, also execution. Now, you want me to do a SPLOS and a T-SPLOS? and you can't make a decision on 2 million, right? And I'm serious about this, right? They're looking at us like, guys, 2 million, but yet you want to go what? 150 plus 150? All right, we'll let that be. I'm making my point. Like we're taking too long on this one, and this is really easy. And it doesn't matter either way. You cut or you fund. You have capacity, guys. But it's showing that look what you're trying to line up other decisions. Like, okay, don't you know what this shows? Where our thinking is? Is it a priority? Is it important? But I again, respectfully, I'll wait for you guys to weigh in. Commissioner Mitchell, again, at some point, if you choose to weigh in, great. I'd love to hear your opinion. Madam Chair, I've said what I had to say. But the point of me bringing it forward like this is, like, again, one more time, Director Vance, I can't get their attention, Mr. Robinson. I can't get their attention. I can't get their attention. We got a decision like, Miguel, it's June. But we're talking about we want stuff done in one spring. But we're the board that have to make the decision. He can't go. It ain't him. It's us. Madam Chair, you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Guyder. Commissioner
Guyder.
Guyder.
Did you say Guyder?
I did.
Is Rosalind on the line?
Yeah. Yes, good afternoon.
Hey, Rosalind, how are you doing? How much do we have in the transportation capital fund? The capital transportation fund?
I would have to check the balance on that. But if you're talking about what the board has allocated
for the capital transportation fund,
yeah, I would have to check the balance on that.
It seems like we added some to it when we had to revisit because we cut some things out. So I know it was pretty well depleted with
yes, it was
projects. And you know, I've always stressed we need to have money in the capital transportation funds for things just like this, unforeseen things like this. But I just wondered what the balance was as of right now. Do you have any idea?
Oh, I'm pulling it up now.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you were on vacation or something. sitting on the beach or something. That's where I'm going in a few weeks. But anyway, I think we had gotten it down. We started out with almost $3 million in there, and then the money was spent on other projects, and we got down to about, I think, 300. I'm trying to use my memory on this, so I could be way off the balance. But there was like 300,000 left. But then when we did the revisit, I think we put some more into it. So we may have like $1 million in there. I'm not sure. But if we can find the money, I think we need to go ahead with the program that we budgeted for, and because it is a priority. Every year we seem to get further and further behind because, see, one road can take my allocation up. Post Road takes my total year's allocation up. So, and I wasn't quite sure I did not quite understand what Madam Chair was saying. Were you just saying just let Miguel cut out so many roads and go with it, or each commissioner still going to have a say-so in it?
No. Each commissioner would have a say-so, but it sounds, but the question that I had finally was about the SPLOST component. Is it reimbursable? If it was, I just said leave as is and keep moving, because it was a reimbursable opportunity in the future if the SPLOST is approved for 2023. And
I
I
don't
believe
think that was the
David Corbin
question. I
said,
think it was about the other funds that was coming down from the federal government. Could we use those funds to?
yeah, I did ask that. And then I pivoted to the SPLOST in 2023 and that.
We can't
David,
assume.
I know,
anything
I know,
from
I
SPLOST.
know. We're assuming
That
on
goes
the
to the public.
we are assuming on the bipartisan infrastructure bill, you're assuming that as well because you don't know how much we're going to get. So I'm trying to look at all the various channels and possibilities. And I said, well, it sounds good to me because we do have something in the wings that come that offset that 2.8 million. So I'm good. I think we need to start with paving is crucial.
I think we need to go ahead with the program as scheduled.
Mm-hmm.
And because it's only going to cost more down the road because I think we're headed for a recession.
Correct.
So everybody seems to think that. So I just think we need to go ahead and spend the money while we got more. We can get more for each dollar that we spend.
Right.
So and maybe look for the services that the money elsewhere. Whatever. We've got so many buckets out there, it's kind of hard to remember what we've got in each bucket. But my opinion, we need to proceed.
And I think I heard Commissioner Carpenter as well. Robinson. I believe Commissioner Mitchell, if you weigh in.
And I yield back.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Gaggett. Thank you. Commissioner Mitchell.
I think we should move forward. I'm not going to go through this long dissertation, so let's just go ahead and move forward. That's enough.
I love it, dissertation.
Okay. District 1, that's 4 people. Move forward.
Yeah. No, it's 5. So I acquiesced when I asked about the SPLOST was reimbursable. So it's 5 that's on board because I live on these roads and drive them just like the other citizens, all the citizens here in Douglas County. So I don't want y'all to have Madam Chair against roads because I'm pro roads in this county. So I want to make that very clear with this board. So thank you. Sounds like you've got a pathway forward, Director Valentine, and certainly want to just follow up with the person that holds the purse on my behalf, Mr. David Corbin. This 2.8 million, if we have to go in the direction of the fund balance, are we okay? And I know you're going to give me thumbs up. Is that good?
I believe you are correct, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. I'm looking forward to riding on some smooth roads in this county, including my subdivision. Meditation at Dorset Shores. All right. With that being said, Vice Chair.
Yeah, just real quick. Again, this was a discussion item.
Yes.
So what we're saying, County Clerk, tomorrow, add this as an agenda item. Please, that work with her with the language that we're going to leave the roads as is, the project as is, with the funding of the total amount of 9.8 million, that it will come out of what? The general fund. So make sure you got that language on there, please, so that it is something that can be voted accordingly. That's all, Madam Chair. This was just a discussion. You had to move it over to the agenda.
Right.
That's
right.
all.
Okay. It'll be on the agenda tomorrow. Okay. Thank you. Did
County
you get
Clerk,
that?
did you get that? Lisa, get that, y'all.
Lisa, did you get
Yes,
it?
ma'am. I mean, yes, sir. I got it.
Right, we
Okay.
good.
You mean yes, ma'am, and yes, sir, because I had the question for you as well.
Yes,
Okay.
and,
Thank you.
Madam Chair, let me just
Mhm.
add to what Commissioner Robinson just mentioned, that the funding source is actually going to be SPLOST and a general fund because there's already quite a substantial amount of SPLOST funding in there.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely.
Get to work.
Okay. All right. I look forward to it coming before the board tomorrow. All right. Do we have anything else before we have some board appointments coming in executive session? So, board, if there are no other items right now, we have completed our agenda items. Certainly will yield to our county administrator to see if our county attorney to see if there's a need to go into executive session. County attorney, do we need to go into executive session? Attorney Coleman.
Yes, Madam Chair, we do need to go into executive session for personnel and maybe a couple of other matters.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Board of Commissioners, certainly at this time, it is now 1:59, just right at 2 o'clock. I'm gonna call a motion for us to go into executive session. And then after that, at that point, I will allow a 10-minute break and then we'll start back and we will resume our meeting at 2:10, should I say the executive session. we will start the executive session at 2:10. Citizens of Douglas County, the Board of Commissioners, we are getting ready to prepare for executive session, and we will return. I don't have it indefinitely, but we should be back as soon as possible. Board of Commissioners, at this time, do we have a motion to go into executive session?
Moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Board, we have a motion and a second. When I call your districts, please respond accordingly. District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
Chairman? Yes. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote to go into executive session, and the motion carries. With that being said, take a 10-minute break. Board of Commissioners and Clerk, you can take a taking the time to engage in our executive session. To the citizens of Douglas County, we have returned. It is 3:12 p.m. Board of Commissioners, do you have any closing remarks before ending the meeting today? There being none, to the citizens of Douglas County, thank you for joining our work session. I encourage you to join our legislative meeting tomorrow. Our legislative meeting tomorrow will be held in person in our Citizens Hall at 10 a.m. tomorrow, and we look forward to you joining us as well. The meeting will be, and Communications Director, I want to make sure it'll be Facebook Live, or it'll be live as well for the citizens to see as well, correct?
That is correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. I didn't want to.
It's on YouTube and Facebook. Yes, it'll be live.
Okay. All right. Well, if there's nothing else to come before this body, this meeting is adjourned, and we'll see you tomorrow at 10 o'clock. And then also we do have a planning and zoning meeting that we'll start at, because we'll go into, we'll take a break, and then we'll go into session, and we'll come back after our 10 o'clock legislative meeting, and we'll start our planning and zoning meeting at 6 p.m. If there's nothing else to come before this body, this meeting is adjourned, and have a great day. Thank you.